Chapter 8 of Tari. Tari is a liquor that they drink with pleasure in the Indies. It is drawn from two sorts of palm trees to it, from that which they call Kajor and from that which bears the cocoa. The best is got from the Kajor. They who draw it gird their loins with a thick leather girdle, wherewith they embrace the trunk of the tree, that they may climb up without a ladder. And when they are come to that part of the tree from which they would draw the tarry, they make an incision 1 inch deep and 3 inches wide with a pretty heavy iron chisel, so that the hole enters into the pith of the cashier, which is white. At the same time, they fasten an earthen pitcher half a foot below the hole, and this pot having the back part a little raised receives the liquor which continually drops into it, whilst they cover it with the briars or palm branches, lest the birds should come and drink it. Then they come down and climb not up the tree again till they perceive that the pitcher is full, and they empty the tari into another pot fastened to their girdle. That kind of palm tree bears no dates when they draw tari from it, but when they draw none, it yields wild dates. They take another course in drawing that liquor from the cocoa tree. They make no hole but only cut the lower branches to a foot length. They fasten pots to the end of them, and the tari distills into the vessels. Seeing the operation I have been speaking of is but once a year performed on these palm trees, they whose trade it is to sell tari have a prodigious number of these trees, and there are a great many merchants that farm them. The best tari is drawn in the night time, and they who would use it with pleasure ought to drink of that, because not being heated by the sun, it is of an acid sweetness which leaves in the mouth the flavor of a chestnut, which is very agreeable. That which is drawn in the daytime is eager and most commonly made vinegar of, because it easily corrupts and decays. That kind of palm or cocoa tree is fit for many other uses, for of its trunk they make masts and anchors, nay, and the hulks of ships also, and of its bark sails and cables. The fruit that springs from its feathered branches is as big as an ordinary melon, and contains a very wholesome juice which hath the color and taste of white wine. The Dutch have a great many of these cocoa trees in Batavia, which turn to great profit to them. The revenue alone of those which belong to the company near the town, with the imposition on every strand of those who sell anything in the marketplace, is sufficient to pay their garrison. There is an image of tapping toddy. This is the image. Actually, the trunks of the trees are drawn more like pine tree trunks than actually toddy trunks. See, the trees are drawn very inaccurately. I think they have drawn here only coconut palms, not exactly the toddy palm. No, tapping palm. But they are so rigorous in exacting it that if anyone leave his stand to take a minute's refreshment in the rain or for any other necessary occasion, though he may immediately come back, yet must he pay a second time if he will challenge the same stand. At Surat are sold all sorts of stuffs and cotton cloths that are made in the Indies, all the commodities of Europe, nay, and of China also, as porcelain, cabinets and coffers adorned with turquoises, agates, cornelians, ivory, and other sorts of embellishments. There are diamonds, rubies, pearls, and all the other precious stones which are found in the East to be sold there also. Musk, amber, myrrh, incense, manna, sal ammoniac, quicksilver, lac, indigo, the root royanas, for dyeing red, and all sorts of spices and fruits which are got in the Indies and other countries of the Levant go off here in great plenty. And in general, all the drugs that foreign merchants buy up to transport into all parts of the world. Johannes Arias Vera. Johannes Arias Vera says hi. Hi, Johannes. Where are you from? What is that icon in your name? It looks curious. I'm Mohan from India, Chennai. Hi, Johannes Ariaza Vera. Are you there? If you are there, say hi. Johannes Ariaza Vera. Johannes Ariaza Vera. Where are you from? Hacker Guy Roblox said hi. Hacker Guy Roblox. Hi, Hacker Guy Roblox. Where are you from? What do you do? It looks like you're gaming. Hi, Hacker Guy Roblox. This is Matriarchy Mohan. I talk about matriarchy. I read books. Most of my time is filled with reading books. I've been doing that for ages, but now I begin to do that on live so that I can inspire others to read books. Riblox. Okay, gaming. Said hi. Okay, Riblox. What is a Riblox? I have no idea what is Riblox. What is Riblox? I am I am zero in games. I have no knowledge of games at all. Hacker guy, I'm very sorry about that. I read books. I'm into knowledge. I'm into history. I'm into things of the other world. Roblox. Okay. Roblox. Okay. What is Roblox? So where are you from, Roblox? Where are you from? I am first rank holder and I am a doctor. Oh, that's great. You are a first rank holder and you are a doctor. First rank in what? In college, in school, graduate school, or was it in college? What doctor are you? Which country are you from? Which country? You are a doctor. That's interesting to know. I was once a medico. I dropped out of my medical college. In doctor, I am from USA. You are from USA. USA, which state? Which city? You are a doctor. That's an interesting thing. So, where are you? Which year are you? What are you doing, studying right now? Anat, physiology, biochemistry, pharmacology, microbiology, pathology, surgery, internal medicine. Which, what exactly are you reading right now? Which semester are you? You are from USA. Which state and which city? I'd like to know. I'm from India, Chennai. I did my medical medicine in Kilpack Medical College. That is Kilpauk, Kilpack Medical College in Chennai. Don't ask personal. What is this personal information? Oh, sorry if you feel offended. I'm not interested. I just wanted to know where are you from? That's all. Why would I care about first personal information? So you are interested in matriarchy? Are you? What do you think about matriarchy? I personally believe in matriarchy. I want patriarchy to be destroyed and matriarchy to be instituted in its place. So if you have any ideas about matriarchy, I'd be happy to listen to them. So what does the word matriarchy bring to your mind? So what all does the word matriarchy convey to you? Asking about country and state. Oh, that's good. Okay. Country is personal information, is that? A country is such a big place, and state is also such a big place. Okay, that's curious. I didn't know that country and state are personal information, part of personal information. I'm very sorry about it. I should not have asked that if that is personal. Okay. So, what types of things are you interested in? Are you interested in history? Interested in arts, literature, movies, matriarchy? You have any idea of what matriarchy is? You may tell me if that's also not divulging personal information. Hacker guy Roblox. That's interesting name. What is that? Something rounding, rolling around. Game over. Bye bye. Okay. I guess you're bored. I'm sorry about that. Game over. That's interesting. Game over. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye, Roblox. I'm sorry you didn't find me interesting. That's interesting. That's okay. Part of life. Matriarchy is a very difficult thing. Being a matriarchy missionary is not such an easy thing. No, my mobile. Okay, sorry. Your mobile is on low battery. I'm very sorry about it. Okay. So you can join me some other time. Most of the time I'm reading books. So whenever somebody says hi, I talk to people. Other than that, I'm just reading books. So whenever you see me live, you can join me in a conversation. You're a doctor, and I feel happy to speak to a doctor. Okay, bye, Roblox. Take care and stay safe. Do good in your YouTube channel. Okay, let me see. I'll try my best to do good in my channel. I'm trying to connect with people who are interested in matriarchy. So, apart from that, if people who are interested in sharing knowledge, I'd be happy to learn from them. So, that's why I have begun this channel, and I'm doing 24 by 7 live theoretically, but it's not possible when I'm sleeping. It does get switched off, and sometimes the Wi-Fi goes off, and sometimes the power goes off. There are a lot of difficulties in running continuous Wi-Fi, continuous live. So whenever I'm able to do live, I'm on live reading books and doing stuff like that. Thank you, Roblox, for joining me. What is that? Red card? Is that a red card? That's, I don't understand that. It's like are you showing a red card? Why are you showing a red card? That's 8 red cards. 8 red cards. What does showing a red card mean? That too on a live channel. What are these icons, Roblox? Somebody hiding their right eye and a dragon-like thing breathing fire. I'm quite ignorant about these animations and stickers. I'm a very poor communicator, so I literally don't know what these stickers mean basically. I think Roblox is gone. Probably I'll begin reading. Begin reading the next chapter of the weights and money of Surat. At Surat, as elsewhere, there are diverse kinds of weights and measures. That which is called kandi is of 20 mans, but the most common weight used in trade is the man, which contains 40 seers or pounds, and the pound of Surat contains 14 ounces or 5 and 30 tolas. All gold and silver is weighed by the tola, and the tola contains 40 mangelis, which makes 56 of our carats, or 32 vales, or otherwise 4 score and 16 gongis. The vale contains 3 gongis and 2 tolas, and third and a half answers to an ounce of Paris weight, and a tola weighs as much as a rupee. The man weighs 40-pound weight all the Indies over, but these pounds or shares vary according to different countries. For instance, the pounds of Surat are greater than those of Golconda, and by consequence, the man is bigger also. The share or pound of Surat weighs no more but 14 ounces, and that of Agra weighs 28. Great sums of money are reckoned by lakhs, crores, or crores, padans, and nils. 100,000 rupees make a lakh, 100,000 lakhs a crore, 100,000 crores a padan, and 100,000 padans a nil. The great lords have rupees of gold which are worth about 1 and 20 French livres. But since they pass not commonly in trade and that they are only coined for the most part to be made presents of, I shall only speak of those of silver. The silver rupee is as big as an abasi of Persia, but much thicker. It weighs a toll. It passes commonly for 30 French sols, but it is not worth above 9 and 20. They yearly coin rupees, and the new ones during the year they are coined in are valued a pecha more than those of the foregoing year, because the coiners pretend the silver daily wears. The truth is, when I came to Surat, the rupees were worth 33 pechas and a half, and when I left it, the same were worth but 32 and a half. They have rupees and quarter pieces also. The Abbasis that are brought from Persia pass only for 19 pechas, which are about 16 French sols and a half. There is also a Mongol silver coin called Mahmudi, which is worth about 11 sols and a half. The pecha is a piece of copper money as big and thick as a rupee. It is worth somewhat more than 10 French deniers and weighs 6 of our drachms. They give 68 baden or bitter almonds for pecha. These almonds that pass for money at Surat come from Persia and are the fruit of a shrub that grows on the rocks. There are also half pechas. It is to be observed that the silver money of the great Mughal is finer than any other, for whenever a stranger enters the empire, he is made to change the silver he had, whether piastres or abbasis, into the money of the country, and at the same time they are melted down and the silver is refined for the coining of the rupees. Okay, nobody seems to have sent any message after Roblox. So let me go back to reading. Of, of the officers of Surat. There is a Mufti at Surat who has the inspection over all that concerns the Mohammedan religion and a Cadi established for the laws to whom recourse is had in case of contest. The great Mughal entertains another great officer there, whom the Franks call Secretary of State, and whose duty much resembles that of the intendant of a province in France. He is called Vacha Nevis, that is, who writes and keeps a register of all that happens within the extent of the country where he is placed. The king keeps one in every government to give him notice of all that occurs, and he depends on no minister of state but only on his majesty. There are two governments or Nabad at Surat who have no dependence one on another and give an account of their actions only to the king. The one commands the castle and the other the town, and they encroach not one upon another's rights and duties. The governor of the town judges in civil matters and commonly renders speedy justice. If a man sue another for a debt, he must either shew an obligation, produce two witnesses, or take an oath. If he be a Christian, he swears upon the gospel. If a Moor, upon the Al-Quran, and a heathen swears upon the cow. The gentle's oath consists only in laying his hand upon the cow and saying that he wishes he may eat of the flesh of that beast if what he says be not true. But most of them choose rather to lose their cause than to swear, because they who swear are reckoned infamous among the idolaters. The first time one goes to wait upon the governor, as soon as they come, they lay before him 5, 6, or 10 rupees, everyone according to his quality. And in the Indies, the same thing is done to all for whom they would show great respect. This governor meddles not at all in criminal affairs. An officer named Kotwal takes cognizance of them. In Turkey, he is called Sausbasa, and in Persia, Daraga. He orders the criminals to be punished in his presence, either by whipping or cudgeling at the same place where they have committed the fault. When he goes abroad through the town, he is on horseback, attended by several officers on foot, some carrying batons and great whips, others lances, swords, targets, and maces of iron like the great vessels of the mortar. But all have a dagger at their sides. Nevertheless, neither the civil nor criminal judge can put anyone to death. The king reserves that power to himself, and therefore, when any man deserves death, a courier is dispatched to know his pleasure, and they fail not to put his orders in execution so soon as the courier is come back. The Kotwal is obliged to go about the street in the night time to prevent disorders and sets guards in several places. If he find any man abroad in the streets, he commits him to prison, and very rarely does he let him go out again without being bastonaded or whipped. Two of the officers that wait on him about 9 of the clock beat two little drums, whilst a third sounds 2 or 3 times a long copper trumpet, which I have described in my voyage into Persia. Yes, please, coming. Ostanda. Okay, guys, give me a moment. The kotwal is obliged to go about the street in the night time to prevent disorders and sets guards in several places. If he find any man abroad in the streets, he commits him to prison, and very rarely does he let him go out again without being bastinaded or whipped. Two of the officers that wait on him about 9 of the clock beat two little drums, whilst the third sounds two or three times a long copper trumpet, which I have described in my voyage into Persia. Then the officers or sergeants cry as loud as they can, Kabardar, that's to say, take heed, and they who are in the neighboring streets answer with another cry to shew that they are not asleep. After that, they continue their round and begin to cry again afresh until they have finished it. This office is performed thrice a night, to wit, at 9 of the clock, midnight, and 3 in the morning. The kotwal is to answer for all the robberies committed in the town. But as generally all that are put into that office are very cunning, so they find always evasions to come off without paying. Whilst I was at Surat, an Armenian merchant was robbed of 2,400 shekels. His name was Korgia Minas. Two of his slaves absconding about the time of the robbery, he failed not to accuse them of it. All imaginary inquiry was made after them, but seeing there was no news to add neither of them nor of the money, the report ran that these slaves had committed the theft, and that they were concealed by some more that was in intelligence with them, who perhaps to get all the money had killed and buried them, as it had already happened at Surat. In the meantime, the governor told the Kotwal that he must forthwith pay the money, because if the emperor came to know of the matter, all the fault would be laid at their door, that perhaps they might be served worse than to be made pay for the money that had been stolen from Kachia Minas, and that therefore they had best send for the Armenian and learn from him how much he had really lost. The Kotwal said nothing to the contrary, but at the same time asked leave to commit him to prison and to put him and his servants to the rack, that so by torture he might discover whether or not he had really lost the money, and if so, whether or not one of his own men had robbed him. The governor granted what he demanded, but no sooner was the news brought to the Armenian, but he desisted from pursuing the Kotwal and chose rather to lose all than to suffer the torments that were designed for him. In this manner, commonly the Kotwal comes off. When anyone is robbed, this officer apprehends all the people of the house, both young and old, where the robbery had been committed, and causes them to be beaten severely. They are stretched out upon the belly, and four men hold him that is to be punished by the legs and arms, and two others have each a long whip of twisted thongs of leather, made thick and round, wherewith they lash the patient one after another, like smiths striking on an anvil, till he have received 200 or 300 lashes and be in a gore of blood. If at first he confess not to the theft, they whip him again next day, and so for several days more, until he hath confessed all, or the things stolen be recovered again. And what is strange, the Kotwal neither searches his house or goods, but after 5 or 6 days, if he does not confess, he is dismissed. At Surat, there is a provost who is called Fauzdar, and he is obliged to secure the country about and to answer for all the robberies that are committed there. But I cannot tell if he be so crafty as the Kotwal. When they would stop any person, they only cry, Do Padecha, which hath greater force than a hue and cry. And if they forbid a man to stir out of the place where he is by saying Doa Padecha, he cannot go without rendering himself criminal, and is obliged to appear before the justice. This cry is used all over the Indies. After all, there are but fines imposed at Surat. The people live there with freedom enough. Chapter 11. Bad Offices Done to the French Company at Surat. The governor of Surat was making strict inquiry into the French company when it came to the Indies. Seeing at first he applied himself to the other Franks, and particularly to those whose interest it was not to have it established at Surat, they told him a great deal of evil of the French, so that by the artifice of their enemies he had conceived a bad opinion of them. He was thinking to solicit their exclusion at court when Father Ambrose, superior of the Capuchins, being informed of it, went to undeceive him, telling him that he ought not to give credit to the enemies of that company, for that they were combined to ruin it if they could. He loved that father because of his probity, and therefore did not reject him, only adjured him to tell him the truth without dissimulation concerning the matter, and whether the French who were to come were not pirates, as it was reported all over the country, and as many Franks had assured him they were. This thought was suggested in Surat so soon as it was known that there was a design in France of sending ships to trade in the East Indies, and the calumny was easily believed because one Lambert Hugo, a Dutchman who had had French on board of him, and whom they brought fresh into the people's minds, had been 2 years before at Mocha with French colors and a commission from the Duke of Vendosme, then Admiral of France, and had taken some vessels. But that which offended most was the story of the ship that carried the goods of the Queen of Bishapur and was stranded about Socotra, an isle lying in 11 degrees 40 minutes latitude at the entry of the Red Sea. That queen who was going to Mecha was out of the reach of the Mecca was out of the reach of the Corsair, for luckily she had gone on board of Dutch Dutch ship, but being satisfied with the ship belonging to herself for transporting her equipage, Hugo met that ship and pursued her so briskly that the master was forced to run aground. It being difficult for the corsair to approach the ship in the place where she lay, he lost no courage, but patiently expected what might be the issue of her stranding. His expectation was not in vain, for the Indians, wanting water for a long time, and finding none where they were, suffered great extremity, and therefore, having hid in the sea where what gold, silver, and precious stones they could, they resolved to have recourse to the Corsair himself to save their lives, hoping that he would be satisfied with what remained in the ship. Hugo, being come up with them, cunningly found out that they had sunk somewhat in the sea, and a false brother told him that none but the carpenter and his son knew where the queen's treasure was, for she had carried with her a great deal of money, jewels, and rich stuffs to make presents at Mecca, Medina, Grand Sheikh, and other places, resolving to be very magnificent. In fine, Hugo, having sufficiently tortured the master, carpenter, and the carpenter's son, whom he threatened to kill in his father's presence, made them bring out what was in the sea and seized it as he did the rest of the cargo. This action had made so much noise in the Indies that Hugo, who was there taken for a Frenchman, was abominated, and by consequence all Frenchmen for his sake. The governor talked high of that corsair to Father Ambrose, who had much ado to persuade him that he was not a Frenchman, because he came with French colors, and for certain had a great many Frenchmen on board. However, after much discourse, he believed him, but for all that excused not the French from the action wherein they had assisted him, and still maintained that nothing but a design of robbing had brought them into that country. The father denied that it was their design, but that they only came with Lambert Hugo to revenge an affront done to some French in Aden, a town of Arabia the Happy, lying in the 11th degree of latitude, and thereupon he told him what was done in that town to the French some years before, how that a pinnace of Monsieur de Meillare was being obliged in a storm to separate from her man of war and to put into Aden. The Sunnis, by force and unparalleled in piety, had caused all those that came ashore to be circumcised, though at first they received them well and promised to treat them as friends. that notwithstanding that, the King of France as well as the Indians had disapproved the action of the Corsair and French who were on board of him because they had put in his subjects into bad reputation by the artifice of the enemies of France, but that he was resolved to dispel that bad reputation by settling a company to trade to the Indies, which express orders to exercise no acts of hostility there. The governor, being satisfied with the answer of Father Ambrose, prayed him to write down in the Persian language all that he had told him. And so soon as he had done so, he sent it to court. The great Mughal, having had it read to him in the Divan, was fully satisfied therewith, as well as his ministers of state, and then all desired the coming of the French ships. The truth is that the governor showed extraordinary kindness to the Sieurs de la Balaye and Weber, the company's envoys, and told them that on the testimony of Father Ambrose, he would do them all the service he could. The English president, an old friend of that father's, showed them also all the honor he could, having sent his coach and servants to receive them, and he assured the father that they might command anything he had. Thus, the Capuchin, by the credit that he had acquired in the Indies, dispersed the bad reports which the enemies of France had raised against the French. An image, the marriage of the daughter of Governor of Gujarat. Okay, I'll go to next chapter. Chapter the 12th of the marriage of the governor of the town's daughter. Whilst I was at Surat, the governor of the town married his daughter to the son of an Omra who came thither for that end. That young lord made his trumpets, timbales, and drums play publicly during the space of 12 or 14 days to entertain the people and publish his marriage upon a Wednesday, which was appointed for the ceremony of the wedding. He made the usual cavalcade about 8 of the clock at night, first marched his standards, which were followed by several hundreds of men carrying torches, and these torches were made of bamboos or canes, at the end of whereof there was an iron candlestick containing rolls of oiled cloth made like sausages. Amongst these torchlights there were 200 men and women, little boys and little girls, who had each of them upon their head a little hurdle of osier twigs, on which were 5 little earthen cruces that served for candlesticks to so many wax candles. And all these people were accompanied with a great many others, some carrying in baskets rolls of cloth and oil to supply the flamboys, and others candles. The trumpets came after the flamboy carriers, and these were followed by public dancing women sitting sitting in two mansions made like bedsteads without posts in the manner of palanquins, which several men carried on their shoulders. They sung and played on their cymbals, intermingled with plates and flat thin pieces of copper, which they struck one against another and made a very clear sound, but unpleasant if compared with the sound of our instruments. Next came 6 pretty handsome led horses with cloth saddles wrought with gold thread. The bridegroom, having his face covered with a gold fringe, which hung down from a kind of mitre that he wore on his head, followed on horseback, and after came 12 horsemen, who had behind them 2 great elephants, and 2 camels which carried each 2 men playing on timbales. And besides these men, each elephant had his guide sitting upon his neck. This cavalcade, having for the space of 2 hours marched through the town, passed at length before the governor's house, where they continued as they had done all along the streets where the cavalcade went, to throw fireworks for some time, and then the bridegroom retired. Some time after, bonfires prepared on the riverside before the governor's house were kindled, and on the water before the castle there were 6 barks full of lamps burning in tires. About half an hour after 10, these barks drove near the house, the better to light the river, and at the same time, on the side of Renelle, there were men that put candles upon the water, which floating gently without going out, were by an ebbing tide carried towards the sea. Renelle is an old town about a quarter of a league distant from Surat. It stands on the other side of the Tapti, and though it daily fall into ruin, yet the Dutch have a very good magazine there. There were 5 little artificial towers upon the waterside, full of fire lances and squibs, which were set on fire one after another. But seeing the Indian squibs make no noise, no more than their fire lances, all they did was to turn violently about and dart a great many streaks of fire into the air, some straight up like waterworks, and others obliquely, representing the branches of a tree of fire. They put fire next to a machine which seemed to be a blue tree when it was on fire, because there was a great deal of brimstone in the firework. After that, upon a long bar of iron fixed in the ground, they placed a great many artificial wheels which played one after another and spread abundance of fire. They also burnt divers pots full of powder, from which large flakes of artificial lightning glanced up in the air. And all this while, squibs and serpents flew about in vast numbers, and with them many fire lances, in which was a great deal of camphire that yielded a whitish dazzling flame. These fireworks played almost an hour, and when they were over, the main business was performed. The maid was married in her father's house by a Maula, and about 2 of the clock in the morning was conducted upon elephant to her husband's lodgings. There were a great many dancers, tumblers, and players at sleight of hand in the open places, but they acted nothing, as I could see, but what was dull, and yet I was advantageously placed in windows to examine their play, being desirous to see if what was told of their dexterity was true. But I found nothing extraordinary in it, and I should have had a bad opinion of the Indian dancers if I had not met with nimbler afterwards in my travels there. The first time I saw hermaphrodites was there. It was easy to distinguish them, for seeing there is a great number in that town and all over the Indies. I was informed beforehand that for a mark to know them by, they were obliged under pain of correction to wear upon their heads a turban like men, though they go in the habit of women. Oh, the transgenders were forced to wear turbans on their heads in Surat of Mughal times. That's curious. Okay. What am I to do? Let's check whether anybody has sent any live chat, whether anybody has commented anything on live. Okay, nobody has commented anything, so. Okay, let me just read. The next chapter, chapter 13, of burying places and the burning of dead bodies. The burying places of Surat are without the town, about 3 or 400 paces from Baroj Gate. The Catholics have their own apart, and so have the English and Dutch, as well as some religious Indians. The English and Dutch adorn their graves with pyramids of brick whitened over with lime, and whilst I was there, there was one, a building for the Dutch commander, which was to cost 8,000 livres. Amongst the rest, there is one of a great drinker who had been banished to the Indies by the States General and who is said to have been a kinsman of the Prince of Orange. They have raised a monument for him as for other persons of note, but to let the world see that he could drink stoutly on the top of his pyramid, there is a large stone cup and one below at each corner of his tomb, and hard by each cup there is the figure of a sugar loaf. When the Dutch have a mind to divert themselves at that monument, they make God knows how many ragos in these cups, and with other less cups drink or eat what they have prepared in the great ones. The religious gentles have their tombs about 2,000 paces beyond the Dutch burying place. They are square and made of plaster. They are about 2 or 3 foot high and 2 foot broad, covered some with a dome and others with a pyramid of plaster, somewhat more than 3 foot high. On the one side, there is a little window through which one may see the top of the grave, and because there are two soles of feet cut out upon them, some have believed that the Vartyas were interred with the head down and the feet upwards, but having informed myself as to that, I learned that there was no such thing and that the bodies are laid in their graves after the ordinary manner. The place where the Banyans burn their dead bodies is by the riverside, beyond the burying places, and when they are consumed, the ashes are left there on design, that they may be carried away by the Tapti because they look upon it as a sacred river. They believe that it contributes much to the salvation of the soul of the deceased to burn his body immediately after his death, because, as they say, his soul suffers after the separation from the body till it be burnt. It is true that if they are in a place where there is no wood, they tie a stone to the dead body and throw it into the water, and their religion allows them to bury it if there be neither water nor wood. But they are still persuaded that the soul is much happier when the body hath been burnt. They burn not the bodies of children that die before they are 2 years old, because they are as yet innocent. Nor do they burn the bodies of the Vartyas nor Jogs, who are a kind of dervishes, because they follow the rite of Mahadev, who is one of their great saints and who ordered the bodies to be interred. Let's check whether anybody has commented anything live chat. Okay, no comments other than that of old Roblox. Chapter 14 of Diverse Curiosities at Surat. Towards the English burying place, there is a great well. A banyan made it for the convenience of travelers, and it is of an oblong square figure like the well of Ahmedabad, which I have described. There are over it divers thin brick arches at some feet distance from one another. Several stairs go down to it, and the light enters by the spaces that are between the arches, so that one may see very clearly from the top to the bottom. On the outside, there is the figure of a red face, but the features are not to be distinguished. The Indians say that it is the pagode of Mahadev, and the gentles pay great devotion to it. Towards Daman Gate, where the loveliest walk in all the country begins, there is a reservatory much esteemed. That gate is covered and encompassed with the branches of a lovely var, which the Portuguese call the tree of roots, that furnishes the pleasantest resting place imaginable to all that go to the tank. This great reservatory of water has 6 angles. The side of every angle is 100 paces long, and the whole at least a musket shot in diameter. The bottom is paved with large freestone, and there are steps almost all round in form of an amphitheatre, reaching from the brim to the bottom of the basin. They are each of them half a foot high and are of lovely freestone that have been brought from about Campai. Where there are no steps, there is a sloping descent to the basin, and there are three places made for beasts to water it. In the middle of this reservatory, there is a stone building about 3 fathom every way, to which they go up by two little staircases. In these places, they go to divert themselves and take the fresh air, but they must go to it in boat. The great basin is filled with rainwater in the season when the rains fall, for after it hath run through the fields, where it makes a kind of a great channel, over which they have been obliged to make bridges, it stops in a place enclosed within walls, from whence it passes into the tanki through three round holes, which are about 4 feet diameter, and hard by there is a kind of Mohammedan chapel. This tanki was made at the charges of a rich banyan named Gopi, who built it for the public. And heretofore, all the water that was drank in Surat came from this reservatory, for the 5 wells which at present supply the whole town were not found out till long after it was built. It was begun at the same time the castle was, and they say the one cost as much as the other. It is certainly a work worthy of a king, and it may be compared to the fairest that the Romans ever made for public benefit. But seeing the Levantines let all things go to ruin for want of repair, it was above 6 foot filled with earth when I saw it, and in danger some time or other to be wholly choked up, if some charitable banyan be not at the charge of having it cleansed. Having viewed that lovely reservatory, we went a quarter of a league farther to see the princess's garden, so called because it belongs to the great Mughal sister. It is a great plot of trees of several kinds, as mangoes, palms, mirabolans, vas, Mysore trees, and many other planted in a straight line. Amongst the shrubs, I saw the quasare or akla, of which I have heard treated at length in my second part, and also the acaria of Egypt. There are in it a great many very fair straight walks, and especially the four which make a cross over the garden, and have in the middle a small canal of water that is drawn by oxen out of a well. In the middle of the garden there is a building with 4 fronts, each whereof hath its divan with a closet at each corner, and before every one of these divans there is a square basin full of water, from whence flow the little brooks which run through the chief walks. After all, though that garden be well contrived, it is nothing to the gallantry of ours. There is nothing to be seen of our arbors, borders of flowers, nor of the exactness of their compartments, and far less of their waterworks. About 100 or 150 paces from that garden, we saw the war tree in its full extent. It is likewise called bear, and the tree of banyans, as also the tree of roots, because of the facility wherewith the branches that bear large filaments take rooting and by consequence produce other branches. Insomuch that one single tree is sufficient to fill a great spot of ground, and this I speak of is very large and high, affording a most spacious shade. Its circuit is round and is fourscore paces in diameter, which make about 30 fathom. The branches that had irregularly taken root have been so skillfully cut that at present one may without any trouble walk about everywhere under it. The gentles of India look upon that tree as sacred, and we might easily perceive that at a distance by the banners which the Banyans had planted on the top and highest branches of it. It hath by it a pagode dedicated to an idol which they call Mameva, and they who are not of their religion believe it to be a representation of Eve. We found a Brahmin sitting there who put some red color upon the foreheads of those who come to pay their devotions, and received the presents of rice or cocoas that offered him. That pagode is built under the tree in form of a grot. The outside is painted with diverse figures representing the fables of their false gods, and in the grot there is a head all over red. In that place, I saw a man very charitable towards the ants. He carried flour in a sack to be distributed among them and left a handful everywhere where he met with any number. Whilst we were abroad in the fields, we considered the soil of Surat. It is of a very brown earth. And they assured me, and they assured us that it was so very rich that they never dunged it. After the rains, they sow their corn, that is, after the month of September, and they cut it down after February. They plant sugar canes there also, and the way of planting them is to make great furrows, wherein before they lay the canes, they put a great many of the little fish called gudgeons. Whether these fish serve to fatten the earth or that they add some quality to the cane, the Indians pretend that without that manure, the canes would produce nothing that's good. They lay their pieces of canes over these fish end to end, and from every joint of cane so interred, there springs a sugar cane which they reap in their season. The soil about Surat is good for rice also, and there is a great deal sound. Mangoes and palm trees of all kinds and other sorts of trees thrive well there and yield great profit. The Dutch water their ground with well water, which is drawn by oxen after the manner described in my second part. But the corn land is never watered because the dew that falls plentifully in the mornings is sufficient for it. The river of Tapti is always brackish at Surat, and therefore the inhabitants make no use of it, neither for drink nor watering of their grounds, but only for washing their bodies, which they do every morning as all the other Indians do. They make use of well water to drink, and it is brought in barachos upon oxen. This river of itself is but little, for at high water it is no broader than half of the river of Seine at Paris. Nevertheless, it swells so in the winter time by the rainwater that it furiously overflows and makes great havoc. It has its source in a place called Geharkonde in the mountains of Deccan, 10 leagues from Brahmpur. It passes by the town, and before it discharges itself into the sea, it waters several countries and washes many towns, as last of all it does Surat. At low water, it runs to the bar, but when it flows, the sea commonly advances 2 leagues over that bar and so receives the water of the Tapti. Okay, nobody has commented after Roblox. Chapter 15. The Port of Surat. The bar of Surat, where ships come at present, is not its true port. At best, it can be called but a road, and I had reason to say in the beginning of this book that it is called the bar because of the banks of sand which hinder ships from coming farther in. The truth is, there is so little water there that though the vessels be unloaded, the ordinary tides are not sufficient to bring them up, and they are obliged to wait for a spring tide. But then they come up to Surat, especially when they want to be careened. Small barks come easily up to the town with the least tides. The true port of Surat is Savali, 2 leagues from the bar. It is distant from the town 4 leagues and a half. And to go to it by land, they cross the river at the town. All vessels heretofore came to an anchor in this port where the ground is good, but because the customs were often stolen there, it is prohibited, and no ship hath gone thither since the year 1660. But the English and Dutch who are suffered to anchor there still and have their several magazines in that place. That port affords them a fair opportunity of getting ashore what they please custom free, and the coaches of the governors, commanders, or presidents of these two nations, who often take the air thereabouts, might easily carry off anything of small bulk from on board their ships. They have even gardens at Sovali by the seaside, and each a small harbour where they put their boats or barks, so that it is their own fault if they save not a great many things without paying custom. Since the prohibition made to other nations of coming to anchor at Sovali, there are always a great many vessels at the bar, though it be an incommodious road for them. For ships come from Persia, Arabia Felix, and generally from all countries of the Indies as formerly, so that the prohibition of putting into Sawali hath nothing lessened the customs which yield the king yearly 12 lakhs of rupees, each lakh being worth about 100,000 French livres. The master of the custom house is a Moor, and he has his commission from the governor of Surat. The clerks are Banyans, and the rest of the officers of the custom house, as waiters, porters, and others, are also Moors, and they are called the peons of the custom house. Okay, no comments after Roblox. Of the chapter 16th of the eruption of Sivaji. In January 1664, Raja Sivaji put the customers and their governor to a strange plunge, and seeing he is become famous by his actions, it will not be amiss, I think, to give a short history of him. This Sivaji is the son of a captain of the king of Visyapur, and born at Basain, being of a restless and turbulent spirit, he rebelled in his father's lifetime, and putting himself at the head of several banditti, and a great many debauched young men, he made his part good in the mountains of Visyapur against those that came to attack him and could not be reduced. The king, thinking that his father kept intelligence with him, caused him to be arrested, and he dying in prison, Shivaji conceived so great a hatred against the king that he used all endeavors to be revenged on him. In a very short time, he plundered part of Visyapur, and with the booty he took made himself so strong in men, arms, and horses that he found himself able enough to seize some towns and to form a little state in spite of the king who died at that time. The queen, who was regent having other affairs in hand, did all she could to reduce Shivaji to duty, but her endeavors being unsuccessful, she accepted of the peace he proposed to her, after which she lived in quiet. In the meanwhile, the Raja, who could not rest, plundered some places belonging to the great Mughal, which obliged that emperor to send forces against him under the conduct of Shasta Khan, his uncle, governor of Aurangabad. Shasta Khan, having far more forces than Shivaji had, vigorously pursued him, but the Raja, having his retreat always in the mountains and being extremely cunning, the Mughal could make nothing of him. However, that old captain at length, thinking that the turbulent spirit of Shivaji might make him make some false step, judged it best to temporize and lay a long while upon the lands of the Raja. This patience of Shasta Khan being very troublesome to Shivaji, he had his recourse to a stratagem. He ordered one of his captains to write to that Mughal and to persuade him that he would come over to the service of the great Mughal and bring with him 500 men whom he had under his command. Shasta Khan, having received the letters, does not trust them at first, but receiving continually more and more, and the captain giving him such reasons for his discontent as looked very probable, he sent him word that he might come and bring his men with him. No sooner was he coming to the camp of the Mughals, but he desired a passport to go to the king, that he might put himself into his service. But Shasta Khan thought enough to put him in hopes of it, and kept him with him. Shivaji had ordered him to do what he could to insinuate himself into the favor of Shasta Khan, and to spare no means that could bring that about, to shew upon all occasions the greatest rancor and animosity imaginable, and in a particular manner to be the first in action against him or his subjects. He failed not to obey him. He put all to fire and sword in the Raja's lands, and did much more mischief than all the rest besides, which gained him full credit in the mind of Shasta Khan, who at length made him captain of his guards. But he guarded him very ill for having one day sent word to Shivaji that on a certain night he should be upon guard at the general's tent. The Raja came there with his men, and being introduced by his captain, came to Shasta Khan, who awaking flew to his arms and was wounded in the hand. However, he made a shift to escape, but a son of his was killed. And Shivaji, thinking that he had killed the general himself, gave the signal to retreat. He marched off with his captain and all his horse in good order. He carried off the general's treasure and took his daughter. To him he rendered all the honor he could. He commanded his men under rigorous pains not to do her the least hurt, but on the contrary to serve her with all respect. And being informed that her father was alive, he sent him word that he would send the sum which he demanded for her ransom. He would send him back his daughter safe and sound, which was punctually performed. He wrote afterwards to Shasta Khan, praying him to withdraw, and owed that the stratagem that had been practiced was of his own contrivance, that he hatched a great many others for his ruin, and that if he drave not off out of his lands, he should certainly lose his life. Shasta Khan slighted not the advice. He informed the king that it was impossible to force Shivaji in the mountains, that he could not undertake it unless he resolved to ruin his troops, and he received orders from court to draw off under pretext of a new enterprise. Shivaji, in the meantime, was resolved to be revenged on the Mughal, by any means whatsoever, provided it might be to his advantage, and knowing very well that the town of Surat was full of riches, he took measures how he might plunder it. But that nobody might suspect his design, he divided the forces he had into two camps, and seeing his territories lie chiefly in the mountains upon the road betwixt Basain and Chaol, he pitched one camp towards Chaol, where he planted one of his pavilions, and posted another at the same time towards Basain. And having ordered his commanders not to plunder, but on the contrary to pay for all they had, he secretly disguised himself in the habit of a fakir. Thus, he went to discover the most commodious ways that might lead him speedily to Surat. He entered the town to examine the places of it, and by that means had as much time as he pleased to view it all over. Being come back to his chief camp, he ordered 4,000 of his men to follow him without noise, and the rest to remain encamped and to make during his absence as much noise as if all were there, to the end none might suspect the enterprise he was about, think he was still in one of his camps. Everything was put in execution according to his orders. His march was secret enough, though he hastened it to surprise Surat, and he came and encamped near Brahmpur gate. To amuse the governor who sent to him, he demanded guides under pretense of marching to another place. But the governor, without sending him any answer, retired into the boat with what he had of the greatest value and sent for assistance on all hands. Most of the inhabitants, in consternation, forsook their houses and fled into the country. Shivaji's men entered the town and plundered it for the space of 4 days, burning several houses. None but the English and Dutch saved their quarters from the pillage by the vigorous defense they made and by means of the cannon they planted, which Shivaji would not venture upon, having none of his own. Nor does he venture to attack the castle neither, though he knew very well that the richest things they had were conveyed here, and especially a great deal of ready money. He was afraid that attack might cost him too much time, and that assistance coming in might make him leave the plunder he had got in the town. Besides, the castle being in a condition to make defense, he would not have come off so easily as he had done elsewhere, so that he marched off with the wealth he got, and it is believed at Surat that this Raja carried away in jewels, gold and silver to the value of about 30 French millions, for in the house of one Banyan he found 22 pound weight of strung pearls, besides a great quantity of others that were not at yet pierced. One may indeed wonder that so populous a town should so patiently suffer itself to be plundered by a handful of men. But the Indians, for the most part, are cowards. No sooner did Shivaji appear with his small body of men, but all fled, some to the country to save themselves at Bharuch, and others to the castle, whither the governor retreated with the first. And none but the Christians of Europe made good their post and preserved themselves. All the rest of the town was plundered except the monastery of the Capuchins. When the plunderers came to their convent, they passed it by and had orders from their general to do so, because the first day in the evening, Father Ambrose, who was superior of it, being moved with compassion for the poor Christians living in Surat, went to the Raja and spake in their favor, praying him at least not to suffer any violence to be done to their persons. Shivaji had a respect for him, took him into his protection, and granted what he had decided in favor of the Christians. The great Mughal was sensibly affected with the pillage of the town and the boldness of Shivaji, but his affairs not suffering him to pursue his revenge at the time, he dissembled his resentment and delayed it till another opportunity. In the year 1666, Aurangzeb resolved to dispatch him, and that he might accomplish his design, made as if he approved what he had done, and praised it as the action of a brave man, rejecting the blame upon the governor of Surat, who had not the courage to oppose him. He expressed himself thus to the other Rajas of court, amongst whom he knew Shivaji had a great many friends, and told them that he esteemed that Raja for his valor and wished he might come to court, saying openly that he would take it as a pleasure if any would let him know so much. Nay, he bid one of them write to him and give his royal word that he should receive no hurt, that he might come with all security, that he forgot what was past, and that his troops should be so well treated that he should have no cause to complain. Several Rajas wrote what the king had said and made themselves in a manner sureties for the performance of his word, so that he made no difficulty to come to court and to bring his son with him, having first ordered his forces to be always upon their guard, under the command of an able officer whom he left to head them. At first he met with all imaginable caresses, but some months after, perceiving a dryness in the king, openly complained of it and boldly told him that he believed he had a mind to put him to death, though he was come on his royal word to wait upon him, without any constraint or necessity that obliged him to it, but that his majesty might know what man he was from Shasta Khan and the governor of Surat, that after all, if he perished, there were those who would revenge his death, and that, hoping they would do so, he was resolved to die with his own hands, and drawing his dagger, made an attempt to kill himself, but was hindered and had God set upon him. The king would have willingly put him to death, but he feared an insurrection of the Rajas. They already murmured at this usage, notwithstanding the promise made to him, and all of them were so much the more concerned for him that most part came only to court upon the king's word. That consideration obliged Aurangzeb to treat him well and to make much of his son. He told him that it was never in his thoughts to have him put to death, and flattered him with the hopes of a good government, which he promised him if he would go with him to Kandahar, which then he designed to besiege. Shivaji pretended to consent, provided he might command his own forces. The king, having granted him that, he desired a passport for their coming, and having got it, resolved to make use of it for withdrawing from court. He therefore gave orders to those whom he entrusted with that passport, and whom he sent before under pretense of calling his forces, to provide him horses in certain places which he named to them, and they failed not to do it. When he thought it time to go meet them, he got himself and his son both to be carried privately in panniers to the riverside. So soon as they were over, they mounted horses that were ready for them, and then he told the waterman that he might go and acquaint the king that he had carried over Raja Sivaji. They posted it day and night, finding always fresh horses in the places he had appointed them to be brought to, and they passed everywhere by virtue of the king's passport. But the son, unable to bear the fatigue of so hard riding, died upon the road. The Raja left money to have his body honorably burnt, and arrived afterwards in good health in his own territories. Aurangzeb was extremely vexed at that escape. Many believed that it was but a false report and that he was put to death. But the truth soon was known. This Raja is short and tawny, with quick eyes that shew a great deal of wit. He eats but once a day commonly and is in good health. And when he plundered Surat in the year 1664, he was but 35 years of age. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 17. A Father Ambrose, a Capuchin. Father Ambrose, of whom I have spoken, hath by his virtue and good services acquired a great reputation in the countries of the Mughal, and is equally esteemed of Christians and Gentiles. And indeed, he hath a great deal of charity for all. He commonly takes up the difference that happen among Christians, and especially the Catholics, and he is so much authorized by the Mughal officers that if one of the parties be so headstrong as not to be willing to come to an accommodation by his own authority, he can make him consent to what is just. He makes no difficulty to cause a scandalous Christian to be put in prison, and if complaint be made of it to the governor or Kotwal, desiring that the prisoner may be set at liberty, they both send the petitioner to the father, telling him that it is a matter they are not to meddle with. If the supplicant find favor with them, they only offer their intercession with the capuchin. And one day I saw a man whom he had let out of prison at the entreaty of the Kotwal, severely chid by that officer because he had incurred the indignation of Father Ambrose. Those whose lives are too irregular he banishes the town, and the Kotwal himself gives him peons to force them out, with orders to conduct them to the place the capuchin shall appoint. He employs his interest pretty often for the heathen, and I saw a pagan whom they carried to prison for a slight fault delivered at his request. He disputes boldly concerning the faith in the governor's presence, and one day he reclaimed a Christian woman debauched by one of the queen's secretaries, who, that she might live licentiously, had renounced her religion and embraced the Mohammedan. And one morning he himself went and rescued her out of the hands of that gentle. Indeed, his life hath been always without reproach, which is no small praise for a man who lives in a country where there are so many different nations that live in so great disorders, and with whom his charge obliges him to keep company. A Mohammedan festival. I thought I had observed in my book of Persia all the festivals which the Moors or Mohammedans celebrate, but they had one in this town which I had never seen before. They call it the Feast of Chowbret, and believe that on that day the good angels examine the souls of the departed and write down all the good that they have done in their lifetimes, and that the bad angels sum up all their evil actions the same day, so that everyone employs the day wherein they believe that God takes an account of the actions of men in praying to Him, doing alms deeds, and sending one another presents. They end the festival with lights and bonfires kindled in the streets and public places, and a great many fireworks which fly about on all hands, whilst the rich mutually treat one another with collations and feasts which they make in the very streets or shops. Chapter 18. The other towns of Gujarat and the siege of Diu by the Turks, which was defended by the Portuguese. Besides the towns of the province of Gujarat, whereof I have spoken, there are about 30 others on which depend a great many bogs and villages. But those which lie near the sea are the most considerable. Braudra is one of the best, lying betwixt Baroj and Cambay, but more towards the east in a most fertile though sandy country. It is a large modern town and retains the name of another ruined town, which is but 3 quarters of a league from it and has been called Braudra and Rajapur. It hath pretty good walls and towers, is inhabited by a great many Banyans, and seeing the finest stuffs in Gujarat are made in this town, it is full of artisans who are continually employed in making of them. It hath about 200 bogs and villages within its jurisdiction, and there is store of to be found therein, because it is gathered in abundance in the territory of one of its bogs called Sindigwera. The little town of Goga is on the other side of the gulf, about 8 and 20 or 30 leagues from Cambay. It abounds with banyans and seamen. Patan lies more to the south towards the Great Sea. It is a great town, heretofore of much trade, and affords still abundance of silk stuffs that are made there. It hath a fort and a very beautiful temple, wherein are many marble pillars. Idols were worshipped there, but at present it serves for a mosque. The town of Diu belongs to the Portuguese and lies also in the province of Gujarat, fortified with 3 castles. It stands at the entry of the Gulf of Cambay to the right hand, in 22 degrees 18 minutes latitude and 200 leagues from Cape Comorin. Before Surat and Cambay came into reputation, it had the advantage of most of the commerce that at present is made in those 2 towns. Its first castle was built in the year 1515 by Albuquerque, a Portuguese. Campson, the last but one of the Mamelukes of Egypt, set on by the king of Gujarat, sent an army against the Portuguese, which perished there. They were not then masters of the town and had no more but the castle. Sultan Suleiman, emperor of the Turks, sent and besieged it in the year 1538 at the desire of the same king of Gujarat named Bahadur, for that country belonged not then to the Mughals, and his success was no better than that of the Sultan of Egypt. Suleiman's fleet consisted of 62 galleys, 6 galleons, and a great many other smaller vessels fitted out at Suez in the Red Sea, which had on board 4,000 janissaries and 16,000 soldiers, not to reckon gunners, seamen, and pilots. It parted from Suez in June, and a Basha called Suleiman, who commanded it, in his passage seized the town of Aden by horrible treachery and hanged the king of it. When this fleet came before Diu, it was joined by fourscore sail of ships of the country, and so soon as the forces were put ashore, they landed 50 pieces of cannon, wherewith they battered the citadel, which on the other side was besieged by land army of the king of Gujarat. Many brave actions happened during that siege. The governor of the citadel, called Silveira, a Portuguese, showed so much valor and prudence in resisting the several assaults and attacks of the Turks and Indians that he forced them to raise the siege shamefully and to forsake their pavilions, ammunition, and artillery, to leave above 1,000 wounded men in their camp, above 1,000 more that were out foraging, and 50 pieces of cannon besides, which were seized by the Portuguese. In this town of Diu, the so much famed stones of cobra are made. They are composed of the ashes of burnt roots mingled with the kind of earth they have, and once again burnt with that earth, which afterwards is made up into a paste of which these stones are formed. They are against the stingings of serpents and other venomous creatures, or when one is wounded with a poisonous weapon. A little blood is to be let out of the wound with the prick of a needle and the stone applied thereto, which must be left till it drop off of itself. Then it must be put into woman's milk, or if it can be had, into that of a cow, and there it leaves all the venom it hath imbibed. For if it be not so used, it will burst. Betwixt Brodra and Ahmedabad, there are two towns more of indifferent bigness, the one called Nariad and the other Mahmedabad, where many stuffs are made, and the latter furnishes the greatest part of Gujarat and other neighboring countries with cotton thread. I shall treat no more here of the other towns of this kingdom, because there being but little worth remarking in them, the description would be tedious. It pays commonly to the great Mughal 20,500,000 French livres a year. Okay, doesn't load. Okay, my mom is calling. I'll go and come back. Ma, వస్తాడా? Chapter 19 of the province and town of Agra. Agra is one of the largest provinces of Mughalistan, and its capital town, which bears the same name, is the greatest town of the Indies. It is distant from Surat about 210 leagues, which they make commonly in 5 and 30 or 6 and 30 days journey of caravan, and it lies in the latitude of 28 degrees and half on the river Jemna, which some call Gemini and Pliny Jomanus. This river hath its source in the mountains to the north of Delhi, from whence, descending towards this town and receiving several rivulets in its course, it makes a very considerable river. It runs by Agra and, having traversed several countries, falls into the Ganges at the great town of Halbas. There is no need of taking the pains that some have done to have recourse to but choose for illustrating Agra by an ancient name. Before King Akbar, it was no more but a boar which had a little castle of earth and pretended to no privilege over its neighbors upon account of activity. And indeed, there were never any marks of that to be found. That prince, being pleased with the seat of it, joined several villages thereunto. He gave them that form of a town by other buildings which he raised, and called it after his own name, Akbarabad, the habitation of Akbar, where he established the seat of his empire in the year 1500 threescore and six. His declaration of that was enough to people it, for when the merchants came to understand that the court was there, they came from all parts, and not only the banyan traders flocked thither, but Christians also of all persuasions, as well as Mohammedans who strove in emulation, who should furnish it with greatest variety of goods. And seeing that Prince called the Jesuits hither and gave them a pension to subsist on, Catholic merchants made no scruple to come and live there. And to this day, these fathers take the care of spirituals and teach their children. Though this prince pretended to make Agra a place of consequence, yet he fortified it not, neither with ramparts, walls, nor bastions, but only with a ditch, hoping to make it so strong in soldiers and inhabitants that it should not need to fear the attempts of any enemy. The castle was the first thing that was built, which he resolved to make the biggest at that time in the Indies, and the situation of the old one appearing good and commodious, he caused it to be demolished and the foundations of the present to be laid. It was beggired with a wall of stone and brick terraced in several places, which is 20 cubits high, and betwixt the castle and river, a large place was left for the exercises the king should think fit to divert himself with. The king's palace is in the castle. It contains three courts adorned all round with porches and galleries that are painted and gilt. Nay, there are some pieces covered with plates of gold. Under the galleries of the first court, there are lodgings made for the king's guards. The officers' lodgings are in the second, and in the third, the stately apartments of the king and his ladies. From whence he goes commonly to a lovely divan which looks to the river, there to please himself with seeing elephants fight, his troops exercise, and plays which he orders to be made upon the water or in the open place. This palace is accompanied with 5 and 20 or 30 other very large ones, all in a line which belong to the princes and other great lords of court, and all together afford a most delightful prospect to those who are on the other side of the river, which would be a great deal more agreeable were it not for the long garden walls which contribute much to that rendering the town so long as it is. There are upon the same line several less palaces and other buildings, all being desirous to enjoy the lovely prospect and convenience of the water of the Jumna, endeavored to purchase ground on that side, which is the cause that the town is very long but narrow, And excepting some fair streets that are in it, all the rest are very narrow and without symmetry. Before the king's palace, there is a very large square and 12 other besides of less extent within the town. But that which makes the beauty of Agra, besides the palaces I have mentioned, are the caravanserais, which are about three score in number, and some of them have six large courts with their porticos that give entry to every commodious apartments where stranger merchants have their lodgings. There are above 800 baths in the town and a great number of mosques, of which some serve for sanctuary. There are many magnificent sepulchres in it also, several great men having had the ambition to build their own in their own lifetime or to erect monuments to the memory of their forefathers. Jahangir caused one to be built for King Akbar, his father, upon an eminence of the town. It surpasses in magnificence all those of the grand seigneurs, but the fairest of all is that which Shah Jahan erected in honor of one of his wives called Taj Mahal, whom he tenderly loved and whose death he had almost cost him his life. I know that the learned and curious Mr. Bernier hath taken memories of it, and therefore I did not take the pains to be exactly informed of that work. Only so much I'll say that this king, having sent for all the able architects of the Indies to Agra, he appointed a council of them for contriving and perfecting the town which he intended to erect, and having settled salaries upon them, he ordered them to spare no cost in making the finest mausoleum in the world if they could. They completed it after their manner and succeeded to his satisfaction. The stately garden into which all the parts of that mausoleum are distributed, the great pavilions with their fronts, the beautiful porches, the lofty dome that covers the tomb, the lovely disposition of its pillars, the raising of arches which support a great many galleries, quays, and terraces, make it apparent enough that the Indians are not ignorant in architecture. It is true, the manner of it seems odd to Europeans, yet it hath its excellency, and though it be not like that of the Greeks and other ancients, yet the fabric may be said to be very lovely. The Indians say that it was 20 years in building, that as many men as could labor in the great work were employed, and that it was never interrupted during that long space of time. The king hath not had that same tenderness for the memory of his father Jahangir as for that of his wife Taj Mahal, for he hath raised no magnificent monument for him, and that great Mughal is interred in a garden where his tomb is only painted upon the portal. Now, after all, the air of Agra is very incommodious in the summer time, and it is very likely that the excessive heat which scorches the sands that environ this town was one of the chief causes which made King Shah Jahan change the climate and choose to live at Delhi. Little thought this prince that one day he would be forced to live at Agra, what aversion soever he had to it, and far less still that he should be prisoner there in his own palace, and so end his days in affliction and trouble. That misfortune though befell him, and Aurangzeb, his third son, was the cause of it, who, having got the better of his brothers, both by cunning and force, made some sure of the king's person and treasures by means of soldiers whom he craftily slipped into the palace, and under whose custody the king was kept till he died. So soon as Aurangzeb knew that his father was in his power, he made himself be proclaimed king. He held his court at Delhi, and no party was made for the unfortunate king, though many had been raised by his bounty and liberalities. From that time forward, Aurangzeb reigned without trouble, and the king, his father, dying in prison about the end of the year 1666, he enjoyed at ease the empire and that so famous throne of the Mughals, which he had left in the prisoner's apartment to divert him with. He added to the precious stones that were set about it those of the princess his brothers, and particularly the jewels of Begum Sahib, his sister, who died after her father, and whose death, as it was said, was hastened by poison. And in fine, he became absolute master of all after he had overcome and put to death Dara Shah, his elder brother, whom Shah Jahan had designed for the crown. That king is interred on the other side of the river in a monument which he began but is not finished. The town of Agra is populous as a great town ought to be, but not so as to be able to send out 200,000 fighting men into the field, as some have written. The palaces and gardens take up the greatest part of it, so that its extent is no infallible argument of the number of its inhabitants. The ordinary houses are low, and those of the commoner sort of people are but straw, containing but few people apace. And the truth is, one may walk the streets without being crowded, and meet with no throng but when the court is there. But at that time, I have been told there is great confusion and infinite numbers of people to be seen, and no wonder indeed, seeing the streets are narrow, and that the king, besides his household, who are many, is always attended by an army for his guard, and the Rajas, Omras, Mansabdars, and other great men have great retinues, and most part of the merchants also follow the court, not to reckon a vast number of tradesmen and thousands of followers who have all their subsistence from it. Some affirm that there are 25,000 Christian families in Agra, but all do not agree in that. This indeed is certain, that there are few heathen and Parsis in respect of Mohammedans there, and these surpass all the other sects in power as they do in number. The Dutch have a factory in the town, but the English have none now, because it did not turn to account. The officers are the same as at Surat and do the same duties, and it is just so in all the great towns of the empire. We told you that the Fosdar or Prevost is to answer for all the robberies committed in the country, and that was the reason why Mr. Weber, one of the envoys to the great Mughal for the concerns of the East India Company in France, having been robbed, demanded from that officer of Agra the sum of 31,200 rupees, which he affirmed were taken from him. That sum astonished the Fauzdar, who told him that he did not believe he had lost so much, and because the envoy made answer that the sum would certainly increase if he delayed to pay down the money, and if he gave him time to call to mind a great many things which he had forgot. He wrote to the great Mughal and informed him that it was impossible that that envoy could have lost so great a sum. Monsieur Weber had also made his addresses at court, but it being pretty difficult to give an equitable sentence in the case, the king, that he might make an end of it, commanded the Ferozdar to pay the envoy 15,000 rupees, and because he was wounded when he was robbed, he ordered him out of his exchequer 10,000 rupees for his blood. Okay, that's curious. 10,000 rupees for his blood. Epic Explorer said hello. Hi, Epic Explorer. I'm sorry I didn't see your thing till now. Hi. Sorry, I missed your hello. Epic Explorer, are you there? If you are there, please say hi again. Epic Explorer, if you are there, please say hi again. சொல்லுங்க அந்த இன்செக்யூர் ஆல்ஃபா பற்றி. ஓ, எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? ஓகே, இன்செக்யூர் ஆல்ஃபா இன்னைக்கு எடுக்கிறது கஷ்டம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். உடம்பு சரியில்லை எனக்கு. ஆனால் ஒரு வகையான என்ன சொல்கிறது 24/7 செய்தே ஆகணுங்கிற ஒரு மாதிரியான மூடில் நான் வந்து பாருங்க முடியல. ஆனால் சும்மா அப்படி புக்கு ரீட் பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னு இறங்கிட்டேனே தவிர எனக்கு வந்து கான்வர்சேஷன் பண்ணுற அளவுக்கு எனர்ஜி இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ தொண்டை கட்ட ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்குது. ஸோ புக் ரீடிங் கூட ரொம்ப நேரம் பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். மனசுக்குள்ளேயே படித்தாதான் உண்டு. வாட் ஹேப்பன்ட்? சம் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் இன்ஃபெக்ஷன். மூக்கு ஒழுகுது, பட் அதை அப்பப்போ தொடச்சிக்கிட்டு அப்படி சமாளிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஸோ ஏதோ ஒரு வைரல் இன்ஃபெக்ஷனாக இருக்கலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ டேக் கேர். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். ஸோ உடம்பு சரியில்லைங்கிற சாக்கு வச்சுக்கிட்டு லைவ் பண்ணாமல் உட்காரக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு வைராக்கியத்தில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன். உடம்பு சரியில்லைன்னா நான் எப்போவுமே செய்கிற வேலை என்னென்னா படிச்சுக்கிட்டே தான் இருப்பேன். படிக்காமல் விட மாட்டேன். உடம்பு சரியில்லைனாலும் படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருப்பேன். பட் பொதுவாக மனசில் படிச்சுப்பேன். ஆனால் சரி லைவ் செய்கிறோமே அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக சத்தமாக படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். ரீட் அலவுட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஆனால் சும்மா நான் பாட்டுக்கு பேன்னு மனசுக்குள்ளே படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்தால் பார்க்குறவங்களுக்கு கடுப்பாயிடாங்களா. அதனால் அப்படி மெதுவாக படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஐ திங்க் மாத்திரை ஒன்று போட்டிருக்கேன், அதோட எஃபெக்ட்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அப்படி தூக்கம் இழுத்துக்கிட்டு போகுது. பட் அட்லீஸ்ட் டின்னர் வரைக்குமாவது முழிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கணும். தூங்கிட்டேன்னா அம்மா அப்செட் ஆகிடுவாங்க. அதனால சரி டின்னர் வரைக்கும் எப்படியாவது அப்படியே தள்ளிட்டு போயிடுவோம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேன். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ. ப்ளீஸ் டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ண வேண்டிய திங்ஸை வந்து ஒரு சின்னதாக நோட்ஸ் மாதிரி போட்டு எனக்கு அனுப்பி விடுங்க. இல்லை நீங்களே குறித்து வச்சுக்கோங்க. வில் ஷோர்லி டிஸ்கஸ் ஒன்ஸ் ஐ எம் பெட்டர். ஸோ நம்ம நிச்சயம் பேசுவோம். ஸோ when I get better, மேபி 2 days at most. 2 days சரியாயிடுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏற்கனவே 2 நாள் ஆயிடுச்சு. 2 நாளில் சரியாயிடும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் நான். Okay, I think that's all Epic Explorer had to say. He said what he wanted to say, and then let me go back to the book. Of the habits attack. There's a curious picture which I'm going to inspect. The moose headgear. For so many different nations as are at Agra, as well as in the rest of the Indies, there is pretty great uniformity in the manner of apparel. And none but the Mohammedans, called Moors by the Portuguese, distinguish themselves outwardly by a particular kind of coif or head attire, but in all things else they are clothed as the rest. The breeches of the Indians are commonly of cotton cloth. They come down to the mid-leg, and some wear them a little longer so that they reach to the ankle. They who affect rich clothing wear silk breeches stripped with different colors, which are so long that they must be plaited upon the leg, much in the same manner as formerly silk stockings were worn in France. The shirt hangs over the breeches, as the fashion is all over the Levant. These shirts are fastened as the Persians are, and they heretofore had no greater opening than theirs. But because the moose shirts are open from top to bottom as their upper garments, which they call kabas, are, many people at present wear them in that fashion because they find them more commodious, being more easily put on and off. Besides that, when one is alone, he may open them and take the fresh air. When it is cold weather, the Indians wear over their shirt an archalak or just out caps quilted with cotton and pinked, and the outside whereof is commonly of a skite or painted stuff. The colors upon them are so good and lively that though they be soiled by wearing, yet they look as fresh again as at first when they were washed. They make the flowers and other motley colors that are upon the stuffs with molds. Over the archalak, they put the kaba, which is an upper garment, but then it must be supposed the weather is not hot. For if there be but the least heat, they wear no archalak, and the kaba is put next the shirt. The kaba of the Indians is wider than that of the Persians, and I cannot tell how to express the manner of it more intelligibly than by saying it is a kind of gown with a long jerkin fastened to it, open before and pleated from top to bottom to hinder it from being too clutterly. It hath a collar 2 fingers breadth high of the same stuff with the rest. They button not that vest as we do our coats, but they fold it crossways over the stomach, first from the right to the left, and then from the left to the right. They tie it with ribbons of the same stuff, which are 2 fingers broad and a foot long. And there are 7 or 8 of them from the upper part down to the haunches, of which they only tie the first last and let the rest hang negligently as being more graceful. These kabas are commonly made of white stuff, that's to say of cotton cloth. To the end they may be the lighter and the neater by being often washed, and that agrees with the fashion of the ancient Indians. I say of cotton cloth because they use no other in the Indies and have no flax. Nevertheless, some wear them of painted cloth, but that is not the gentlest manner of apparel. And when the rich do not wear white, they use silk and choose the broadest stuff they can find, which commonly is streaked with several colors. They use only one girdle, whereas the Persians have two. Nay, and it is not very dear neither, being only of white cloth, and it is rare to see the Indians make use of the lovely girdles of Persia unless they be wealthy persons of quality. When it is very cold, the Indians wear over all their cloths, I have been speaking of, a garment or vest called kardabi, and then the rich have very costly ones. They are of cloth of gold or other rich stuff and are lined with sables which cost very dear. At all times, when they go abroad, they wear a chal, which is a kind of toilet of very fine wool made at Kashmir. These chals are about 2 ells long and an ell broad. They are sold at 5 and 20 or 30 crowns apiece if they be fine. Nay, there are some that cost 50 crowns, but these are extraordinary fine. They put the shawl about their shoulders and tie the 2 ends of it upon their stomach, the rest hanging down behind to the small of their back. Some wear them like a scarf, and sometimes they bring one end to the head, which they dress in a manner of a coif. They have of them of several colors, but those the banyans wear are most commonly filled demot, and the poor or such as will not be at the charges wear them of plain cloth. The turban worn in the Indies is commonly little. That of the Mohammedans is always white, and the rich have them of so fine a cloth that 5 and 20 or 30 ells of it, which are put into a turban, will not weigh 4 ounces. These lovely cloths are made about Bengal. They are dear, and one single turban will cost 5 and 20 crowns. They who affect a richer attire have them mixed with gold, but a turban of that stuff costs several tomans, and I have said elsewhere that a toman is worth about 45 French livres. These turbans, wreathed as they ought to be, much resemble the shape of the head, for they are higher behind by 4 or 5 fingers' breadth than before, so that the upper part of the head is only well covered, and I have seen peasant women in France whose coiffing looked pretty like that kind of turban. The Indians wear their hair for ornament, contrary to the Mohammedans who shave their heads, and in that, as in many other things, the Indians imitate their ancestors. As for stockings, the Indians are at no charge, for they use neither stockings nor socks, but put their shoes on their naked feet. The stuff they are made of is Moroccan or Turkey leather, and they are much of the same shape as the papoches of the Turks. But the purposes of quality have them bordered with gold, and they have behind kind of a heel of the same stuff as the instep, which most commonly they fold down as they do who go with their shoes slipshod. However, the banyans wear the heel of theirs up because, being men of business, they would walk with freedom, which is very hard to be done when the foot is not on all sides beggared with the shoe. The rich banyans cover the upper of theirs with velvet embroidered with great flowers of silk, and the rest are satisfied with red leather and small flowers or some other gallantry of little value. The Mughal women who would distinguish themselves from the others are clothed almost like the men. However, the sleeves of their smocks, as those of the other Indian women, reach not below the elbow, that they may have liberty to adorn the rest of their arm with carcanets and bracelets of gold, silver, and ivory, or set with precious stones, as likewise they do the small of their legs. The ordinary smocks of the Indian idolatrous women reach down only to the middle, as does the waistcoat of satin or cloth which they wear over it, because from the waist downwards they wrap themselves up in a piece of cloth or stuff that covers them to the feet like a petticoat, and that cloth is cut in such a manner that they make one end of it reach up to their head behind their back. They wear no other apparel, neither within doors nor abroad in the streets, and for shoes they have high patines. They wear a little flat ring of gold or silver in their ears with engraving upon it, and they adorn their noses with rings which they put through their nostril. Rings also are the ornaments of their fingers, as they are in other places. They wear a great many, and as they love to see themselves, they have always one with a looking glass set in it instead of a stone which is an inch in diameter. If these Indian women be idolaters, they go barefaced, and if Mohammedans, they are veiled. There are some countries in the Indies where the women as well as men go naked to the middle, and the rest of their body is only covered to the knee. Okay, there he was describing sari actually in, when he says that it is taken in the back to the top of the head. I think he was actually describing a sari. I don't know whether that's true. Mm. లేదు మా Chapter 21 of Other Curiosities at Agra. There are a great many at Agra who are curious in breeding up of beasts to have the pleasure to make them fight together. But seeing they cannot reach to elephants and lions because it costs dear to feed them, most part content themselves with he goats, wethers, rams, cocks, quails, stags, and antelopes to entertain their friends with the fightings of these beasts. The Indian antelopes are not altogether like those of other countries. They have even a great deal more courage and are to be distinguished by the horns. The horns of the ordinary antelopes are grayish but half as long as the horns of those in the Indies, which are blackish, large foot and a half long. These horns grow winding to the point like a scrib, and the fakirs and santans carry commonly two of them pasted together. They are armed with iron at both ends, and they make use of them as of a little staff. When they use not a tame leopard for catching of antelopes, they take with them a male of the kind that is tame and fasten a rope about his horns with several nooses and doubles, the two ends whereof are tied under his belly. So soon as they discover a herd of antelopes, they slip this male and he runs to join them. The male of the herd advances to hinder him, and making no other opposition but by playing with his horns, he fails not to be pestered and entangled with his rival, so that it being uneasy for him to retreat, the huntsman cunningly catches hold on him and carries him off. But it is easier so to catch the male than the females. There are pigeons in that country all over green, which differ from us only in color. The fowlers take them with birdlime in this manner. They carry before them a kind of light shed or screen that covers the whole body and has holes in it to see through. The pigeons, seeing no man, are not at all scared when the fowler draws near, so that he cunningly catches them one after another with a band and birdlime on it, none offering to fly away. In some places, parakeets are taken after the same manner. The Indians are very dexterous at game. They take waterfowl with great facility as thus. The fowlers swim almost upright, yet so that they have their head above water, which they hide with a pot full of holes to let in the air and give them sight. Besides, this pot is covered with feathers to cheat the ducks and other fowl, so that when the fowler draws near them, they are not in the least scared, taking that floating head for a fowl. And then the fowler makes sure of them by the feet, which he catches hold of under water and draws them down. The other ducks, seeing no body, think that their comrades have only dived and are not at all scared. So that, growing acquainted with the feathered head that still follows them, they are at length all taken, whilst in vain they stay for the return of those who have dived before they fly away to another place. The huntsmen of Agra go 5 days' journey from the town as far as a mountain called Nerower, where there is a mine of excellent iron, but their business in going so far is only to catch a kind of wild cows which they call merows, that are to be found in a wood round this hill, which is upon the road from Surat to Golconda. And these cows, being commonly very lovely, they make great advantage of. One may see a great many pictures in the Indies upon paper and pasteboard, but generally they are dull pieces, and none are esteemed but those of Agra and Delhi. However, since those of Agra are for the most part indecent and represent lascivious postures worse than those of Aratin, there are but few civil Europeans that will buy them. They have a way in this town of working in gold upon agate, crystal, and other brittle matters, which our goldsmiths and lapidaries have not. When the Indians would beautify vessels, cups, or coffers, besides the circles of gold they put about them, they engrave flowers and other figures, and also enchase stones upon them. They cut leaves of gold to fill up the wide spaces of the figures, lay several pieces one upon another, and enchase them so artificially in the hollow places with an iron instrument like a graver that when the void spaces are filled up, it looks like massy gold. They do the same with stones. They encompass them also with such pieces of leaf gold and press them in so close that the stones hold very well. They make rings about vessels, either about the middle or brims, of a kind of gold made into little round rods, which they beat upon an anvil till they be reduced into flat thin plates. Then they take the measure of the part of the vessel which they would encircle, and having most exactly bent the ring, they so shoulder the two ends of it together and put it upon the part of the vessel they intend it for, so that it holds very well, provided one have the skill to adjust it true to the place marked. If handles be necessary to the vessels or locks for the coffers of agate or crystal, they solder them to the ring with the same art that they soldered the two ends of it. But they do it after another way than our goldsmiths do. For that end, they make use of little red beans, which are black at the end and are the fruit of a convolvulus, called in Indian gomchi and in the Telugu language gurgindel. They peel off the skin, which is dry and hard, and taking the inside of the bean that is yellowish, they grind it upon an iron plate with a little water till it be dissolved into a liquid solution. Then they pound a little bit of borax, mix it with that solution, and with this mixture daub the ends which they intend to solder, and having heated them with a coal, join them together so that the two sides close fast and hold extraordinarily well. This work is performed by poor people and sometimes by little boys who do it very skillfully and quickly for a matter of 2 crowns for each toll of gold. And something is also given to him that beats and flattens the rods of gold. However, none of these people know how to enamel gold. The province of Agra hath above 40 towns in its dependence, and as they say, above 3,400 villages. Fatehpur is one of the towns. It was heretofore called Sikari, and the name Fatehpur, which signifies the enjoyment of what one desires, was given it by Akbar because of the happy news he received there of the birth of a son when he was upon his return from a warlike expedition. This town is about 6 leagues from Agra. It hath been very lovely. And that great Mughal, in the beginning of his reign, having rebuilt the walls of it, made it the capital of his empire. But the ambition kings have to make small things great, prompting Akbar to build a town where there was nothing but a village or at most but a borg named Agra. The town of Fatehpur was not only neglected but hath been since wholly abandoned. For so soon as Agra was become a town and that the king had given it its name, calling it Akbarabad, a place built by Akbar, he went to reside there and forsook Fatehpur. Though this town of Fatehpur be much decayed, yet there is still a large square to be seen in it, adorned with fair buildings, and the stately entry of Akbar's palace is still entire, and has adjoining to it one of the loveliest mosques in the east, built by a Muhammadan, a calender by profession, who lies buried there as a saint. The calendars, or the calendar, I think, are dervishes who go barefooted. This mosque is still adorned with all its pillars and lovely ceilings, and indeed with all that can beautify a fair temple. Near to it, there is a great reservatory which supplied the whole town with water, and was the more necessary that all the springs thereabouts are salt. And the unwholesome waters were one of the chief causes that obliged the great Mughal to settle elsewhere. Beruzabad is one of the towns of Agra. Chitpur is another and has a great trade in skives or painted cloths. Bargant is likewise one which belongs to a Raja who exacts some dues. Chalav stands upon a hill. At Vetapur, lovely tapestry is made. Mirda, Ladona, Hindon, Canova, Biana, and Skandarabad are also towns of Agra. These last furnish the best indigo of the Indies. 2 leagues from Biana, there are to be seen the ruins of ancient palaces and other buildings, as also some very considerable ones upon a little hill some leagues from Skandarabad. At the foot of the hill on the side of the town, there is a lovely valley, walled in, divided into several gardens, and the ruins of several buildings, which is not to be wondered at, seeing heretofore Skandarabad was several leagues long, having been the capital city of a powerful king of the Pathans. And the hill itself made part of the town, which was afterwards sacked and ruined by Akbar when he took it from Raja Selim, who made it his chief garrison and magazine. Upon the road from Agra to Baina, there is a royal house built by the Queen Mother of Akbar with gardens kept in very good order. There are also in Biana some seraglios and a long Maidan, but that town is thin of inhabitants. Serange hath also been named to me amongst the towns of the province of Agra, and skites are made there, which in beauty come near those of St. Thomas. There are a great many other towns whose names I know not. The chief rivers that water Agra are the Jemna or Gemini, Lankhe, Chamel Nadi, Jogo Nadi, Singaur, and a great many smaller. The king's revenue in this province of Agra is reckoned to amount to about 37 millions of French livres a year. And there's a picture here. A woman robber. Oh, okay. Chapter 22nd of the province or town of Delhi or Jahanabad. The province of Delhi bounds that of Agra to the north, and at present the great Mughal Aurangzeb keeps his court in the chief city of it, which is about 45 leagues distant from Agra. In Hindustan, it is called Jahanabad and elsewhere Delhi. The road betwixt these two towns is very pleasant. It is that famous alley or walk 150 leagues in length which King Jahangir planted with trees and which reaches not only from Agra to Delhi but even as far as Lahore. Each half league is marked with a kind of turret. There are threescore and nine or threescore and 10 of them betwixt the two capital cities, and besides there are little seraglios or caravanserais from stage to stage for lodging travelers. However, there is nothing worth the observing about these seraglios unless in that which is called Cheki Serai, which is 6 leagues from Agra. In that place, there is the ancient temple of an idol, and it may be reckoned amongst the largest and fairest pagods of the Indies. It was more frequented than now it is, when the Jamna washed the walls thereof because of the convenience of ablutions. But though that river hath fallen off almost half a league from it, yet many Indians still resort thither, who forget not to bring with them food for the apes that are kept in an hospital built for them. Though the road I have been speaking of be tolerable, yet it hath many inconveniencies. One may meet with tigers. Oh, tigers. In the road between Agra and Delhi, there were tigers in Thevenot's time. Panthers and lions upon it, and one had best also have a care of robbers, and above all things not to suffer anybody to come near one upon the road. The cunningest robbers in the world are in that country. They use a certain slip with a running noose, which they can cast with so much sleight about the man's neck when they are within reach of him that they never fail, so that they strangle him in a trice. They have another cunning trick also to catch travelers with. They send out handsome woman upon the road, who with her hair dishevelled seems to be all in tears, sighing and complaining of some misfortune which she pretends has befallen her. Now, as she takes the same way that the traveler goes, he easily falls into conversation with her, and finding her beautiful, offers her his assistance, which she accepts. He had no sooner taken her up behind him on horseback, but she throws the snare about his neck and strangles him, or at least stuns him, until the robbers who lie hid come running into her assistance and complete what she had begun. But besides that, there are men in those quarters so skillful in casting the snare that they succeed as well at a distance as near at hand. And if an ox or any other beast belonging to a caravan run away, as sometimes it happens, they fail not to catch it by the neck. There are three towns of Delhi near to one another. The first, which is entirely destroyed and whereof some ruins only remain, was very ancient, and the learned Indians will have it to have been the capital town of the states of King Porus, so famous for the war which he maintained against Alexander the Great. It was nearer the source of the Jumna than the two others that have been built since. The Indians say it had 250 gates, and there is still at some distance from its ruins a stone bridge from whence a way hath been made with lovely trees on each side, which leads to the second Delhi by the place where the sepulchre of the Shah Humayun is. This second town of Delhi is that which was taken by the king, whom they call the first conqueror of the Indies amongst the modern Mughals, though his father Mirza Babur had invaded it before. It was then beautified with a great many stately sepulchres of the Pathan kings and other monuments which rendered it a very lovely town. But Shah Jahan and the father of King Aurangzeb demolished it for the building of Jahanabad. Towards the sepulchre of Humayun, there is a pyramid or obelisk of stone, which by its unknown characters shows great antiquity and which is thought in the Indies to have been erected by Alexander's order after the defeat of Porus. This I cannot believe because I make no doubt but that the inscription would then have been in Greek, which is not so. The third town of Delhi is joined to the remains of the second. Shah Jahan, resolving to imitate King Akbar and to give his name to a new town, caused this to be built of the ruins of the second Delhi and called it Jahanabad. So the Indians call it at present, though amongst other nations it still retains the name of Delhi. It lies in an open champion country upon the brink of the Jumna, which hath its source in this province and runs into the Ganges. The fortress of it is half a league in circuit and hath good walls with round towers every 10 battlements and ditches full of water, warped with stone, as likewise lovely gardens round it. And in this fort is the palace of the king and all the ensigns of the royalty. This town of Delhi or Jahanabad, contrary to that of Agra or Akbarabad, hath no ditches but walls filled up with earth behind and towers. There is a place towards the waterside for the fighting of elephants and other exercises. And towards the town there is another very large place where the Rajas, who are in the king's pay, encamp and keep guard, and where many exercises are performed. The market is also kept in that square, and there puppet players, jugglers, and astrologers shew their tricks. Here I should give a description of the inside of the fort and palace, and having begun with the two elephants at the entry which carry two warriors, speak of the canal that enters into it, of the streets that lead to the several apartments, of the officers and others who are upon the parapets of these streets on duty, of the porticos and stately courts of guard, where the mansabdas and emirs or omras keep guard, of the halls where all sorts of artisans who have the king's pay work, of that great court of the amchas with its arches and the consort that's made there, of the amchas itself, that stately hall adorned with 32 marble pillars, where the king, having all his officers great and small standing before him with their hands across their breasts, gives every day at noon audience to all who have recourse to his justice. I should also describe that other court and inner hall where the prince gives audience to his ministers concerning the affairs of his state and household, and where the omras and other great men repair every evening to entertain the king in the Persian language, though they be of different nations. In fine, all the particulars of the palace ought to be described, without forgetting that stately throne of massive gold with its peacock, so much talked of in the Indies, which the Mughals say was begun by Tamerlan, though that be very unlikely. For to whom could King Kumaun and his father have entrusted it in the time of their disasters? Seeing the spot. Seeing the spoils of the Pathan kings and other sovereigns of the Indies, who were overcome by the Mughal kings, are converted into jewels and precious stones to adorn it, it is said to be worth about 20 millions of gold. But who can know the value thereof, since it depends on the stones that make the riches, as well as the beauty thereof, whose weight and excellency must be particularly examined, if one would judge of their worth, and by consequence of the value of the throne. Though I have had memoirs given me of the palace and the throne, yet I'll say no more of them, because I make no doubt but that Monsieur Bernier, who had lived many years at the court of the Great Mughal in an honorable employment, and commodious for having a perfect knowledge of the fort, palace, and all that is in them, will give a complete description of the same. I am confident also that he will not omit the town, the chief places whereof are the great mosque with the domes of white marble, and the caravanserai of Begum Sahib, that princess whom we mentioned before. The two chief streets of Delhi may be reckoned amongst the rarities of it, for they are wide, straight, and very long. They have arches all along on both sides, which serve for shops for those who have their warehouse backwards. Over these arches, there is a terrace walk to take the air on when they come out of their lodgings, and these streets, ending at the great square and castle, make the loveliest prospect that can be seen in a town. There is nothing else considerable in Delhi. The ordinary houses are but of earth and canes, and the other streets are so narrow that they are altogether incommodious. But that inconvenience seems to contribute somewhat to the reputation of that capital city of the empire of the Mughal. For seeing there is an extraordinary crowd in the streets while the court is there, the Indians are persuaded that it is the most populous city in the world. And nevertheless, I have been told that it appears to be a desert when the king is absent. This will not seem strange if we consider that the court of the great Mughal is very numerous because the great men of the empire are almost all there who have vast retinues because their servants cost them but little in diet and clothes, that court is attended by about 35,000 horse and 10 or 12,000 foot, which may be called an army, and that every soldier hath his wife, children, and servants, who for the most part are married also, and have a great many children as well as their masters. If to these we add all the drudges and rascally people which courts and armies commonly draw after them, and then the great number of merchants and other trading people who are obliged to stick to them, because in that country there is no trade nor money to be got but at court. When I say we consider the hilly word of all those I have mentioned and of many more still, it will easily be believed that the town is no great matter when the king is not there. And if there have been 400,000 men in it when he was there, there hardly remains the sixth part in his absence. Let us now see what arms the Mughals use. Okay. Chapter 23 of the Arms of the Mughals. Their swords are 4 fingers broad, very thick, and by consequence heavy. They are crooked a little and cut only on the convex side. The guard is very plain, commonly no more but a handle of iron, with a crossbar of the same underneath the pommel, which is also of iron, is neither round nor oval, but is flat above and below like a whirligig, that the sword may not slip out of their hands when they fight. The swords made by the Indians are very brittle, but the English furnished them with good ones brought from England. The Mughals use waist belts for their swords. They are two fingers broad and have two hangers into which the sword is put so that the point is always upwards. And all the ordinary sort of people in the Indies carry them commonly in their hand or upon their shoulder like a musket. It is their custom also to carry a dagger by their sides, the blade being near a foot long and above 4 fingers broad at the handle. They have an odd kind of guard, and I don't remember that I have ever seen anything in France relating to arms that looks like it than the handle of some molds for casting of bullets or small shot. It is made of two square bars of iron, 1 finger broad and about a foot long, which are parallel and 4 inches distant from one from another. Growing round, they join together at the upper part of the blade and have crossbars of two little iron rods 2 inches distant from one another. The Indians never want one of these daggers by their side betwixt the griddle and kaba. They carry it always bending a little sideways so that the end of the guard comes pretty high and the point pretty low upon their stomach. The officers of war have also daggers with an iron guard, but it is damask and gilt, and persons of great quality have of them after the Persian fashion, which are less and richer. Their other offensive arms are the bow and arrow, the javelin or zagaye, and sometimes the pistol. The foot carry a musket or a pike 12 foot long. They have cannon also in their towns, but since they melt the metal in diverse furnaces, so that some of it must needs be better melted than others when they mingle all together, their cannon commonly is good for nothing. The defensive arms of the Indians are a round buckler about 2 foot in diameter. It is made of buff, varnished over with black, and hath a great many nines, the heads whereof are above an inch over. With it they defend themselves against arrows and swords. They have likewise the coat of mail, the cuirass, the headpiece, and a vambrace fastened to the sword. This vambrace is a piece of iron covering the handle almost round and growing broader as it reaches from the guard of the sword to the upper part of the pommel and sometimes higher. It is 4 or 5 inches in diameter at the place and is lined with velvet or some such like thing in the inside that it may not hurt the hand. So that by means of that engine, both hand and handle are wholly covered from the enemy's blows. Chapter 24 of the Beasts at Delhi. Hey, that's interesting. At Delhi are all sorts of beasts that are known. The king hath many, and private men who are rich have some also. They have hawks there of all kinds of camels, dromedaries, mules, asses, and elephants. They have also elks and rhinoceroses, which are as big as the largest oxen. The ordinary oxen there are less than ours. Buffaloes they have also, and those of Bengala are the dearest, because they are very stout and are not at all afraid of lions. Nor do they want dogs of all sorts, but those which are brought from Maurenahar or Transoxiane are most esteemed for hunting, though they be small. However, the Indian dogs are better for the hare. They have also stags, lions, and leopards. There is abundance of all sorts of horses there. Besides the country breed, which the Mughals make use of, and which are very good horses. They have others also from the country of the Uzbeks, Arabia, and Persia, those of Arabia being most esteemed, and the loveliest of all are constantly reserved for the king. They have neither oats nor barley given them in the Indies, so that foreign horses, when they are brought thither, can hardly feed. The way they treat them is thus. Every horse has a groom. He curries and dresses him an hour before day, and so soon as it is day, makes him drink. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he gives him 5 or 6 balls of a composition called donna, made of 3 pounds of flour, the weight of 5 pechas of butter, and of 4 pechas of jaggery. These balls are at first forced down his throat, and so by degrees he is accustomed to that way of feeding, which in 6 months after he grows very fond of. An hour after, the groom gives the horse grass and continues to do so at certain times every hour of the day after. And about 4 of the clock afternoon, he gives him 3 pounds of dried peas bruised. He mingles water with them and sometimes a little sugar according to the disposition the horse is in. And when night is drawing on, he carefully prepares his horse's litter, which is of dry dung, laid very thick, which he is very careful to provide. For that end, he gathers all that his horse hath made, and when that is not sufficient, he buys from others who are not so much concerned for the convenience of their horses. At Delhi, as elsewhere, they take care to adorn their horses. The great lords have saddles and houses embroidered and set sometimes with precious stones, proportionably to the charge they intend to be at. But the finest ornament, though of less cost, is made of 6 large flying tassels of long white hair taken out of the tails of wild oxen that are to be found in some places of the Indies. 4 of these large tassels, fastened before and behind to the saddle, hang down to the ground, and the other 2 are upon the horse's head, so that when the rider spurs on his horse to a full speed, or if there be any wind, these tassels flying in the air seem to be so many wings to the horse and yield a most pleasant prospect. There are several sorts of elephants at Delhi as well as in the rest of the Indies, but those of Ceylon are preferred before all others because they are the stoutest, though they be the least, and the Indians say that all other elephants stand in awe of them. They go commonly in troops and then they offer violence to nobody, but when they straggle from the rest, they are dangerous. There are always some of them that have the cunning and inclination to do mischief, and in the country these are called robbers on the highways because if they meet a man alone, they'll kill and eat him. What? Elephants eating men? That's a strange information provided by Thevenot. Strong elephants can carry 40 mans at 4 pound weight the man. Those of the country of Golconda, Siam, Cochin, and Sumatra are indeed less esteemed than the elephants of Ceylon, but they are much stronger and surer footed in the mountains. And that is the reason why the great men, when they are to travel, provide themselves of those rather than of the elephants of Ceylon. However, it may be said in general that elephants of what country or kind soever of what country or soever they be, are the surest footed of all beasts of carriage, because it is very rare to see them make a trip. But seeing it is chargeable to feed them, and that besides the flesh they give them to eat, and the strong waters they drink, it costs at least half a pistol a day for the paste of flour, sugar, and butter that must be given to a single one. There are but few that keep them. Nay, the great lords themselves entertain no great number of them, and the great Mughal has not above 500 for the use of his household, in carrying the women in their mikdambas with grates, which are a sort of cages and the baggage, and have been assured that he hath not about 200 for the vast, of which some are employed in carrying small field pieces upon their carriages. When an elephant is in his ordinary disposition, his governor can make him do what he pleases with his trunk. That instrument, which many call a hand, hangs between their great teeth and is made of cartilages or gissers. He'll make them play several tricks with the trunk, salute his friends, threaten those that displease him, beat whom he thinks fit, and could make them tear a man into pieces in a trice if he had a mind to it. The governor sits on the elephant's neck when he makes him do anything, and with a prick of iron in the end of a stick, he commonly makes him obey him. In a word, an elephant is a very tractable creature, provided he be not angry nor in lust. But when he is so, the governor himself is in much danger and stands in need of a great deal of art to avoid ruin. For then the elephant turns all things topsy turvy and would make strange havoc if they did not stop him, as they commonly do with fireworks that they throw at him. Elephant hunting is variously performed. In some places, they make pitfalls for them, by means whereof they fall into some hole or pit, from whence they are easily got out when they have once entangled them well. In other places, they make use of a tame female that is in season for the male, whom they lead into a narrow place and tie her there. By her cries, she calls the male to her, and when he is there, they shut him in by means of some rails made on purpose, which they raise to hinder him from getting out. He, having the female in the meantime on his back, with whom he copulates in that manner, contrary to the custom of all other beasts. When he hath done, he attempts to be gone, but as he comes and goes to find a passage out, the huntsmen, who are either upon a wall or in some other high place, throw a great many small and great ropes with some chains, by means whereof they so pester and entangle his trunk and the rest of his body, that afterwards they draw near him without danger. And so, having taken some necessary cautions, they lead him to the company of two other tame elephants, whom they have purposely brought with them to shew him an example or to threaten him if he be unruly. There are other snares besides for catching of elephants, and every country hath its way. The females go a year with their young, and commonly they live about 100 years. Though these beasts be of so great bulk and weight, yet they swim perfectly well and delight to be in the water, so that they commonly force them into it by fireworks when they are in rage, or when they would take them off from fighting wherein they have been engaged. This course is taken with the elephants of the great Mughal, who loves to see those vast moving bulks rush upon one another with their trunk, head, and teeth. All over the Indies, they who have the management of elephants never fail to lead them in the morning to the river or some other water. The beasts go in as deep as they can and then stoop till the water be over their backs, that so their guides may wash them and make them clean all over, whilst by little and little they raise their bodies up again. Oh, there is no page of contents. Goodness. Chapter 25 of Other Curiosities at Delhi. The painters of Delhi are modester than those of Agra and spend not their pains about lascivious pictures as they do. They apply themselves to the representing of histories, and in many places one may meet with the battles and victories of their princes indifferently well painted. Order is observed in them, the personages have the suitableness that is necessary to them, and the colors are very lovely, but they make faces ill. They do things in miniature pretty well, and there are some at Delhi who engrave indifferently well also. But seeing they are not much encouraged, they do not apply themselves to their work with all the exactness they might, and all their care is to do as much work as they can for present money to subsist on. There are people in Delhi vastly rich in jewels, especially the Rajas, who preserve their precious stones from father to son. When they are to make presents, they choose rather to buy than to give away those which they had from their ancestors. They daily increase them and must be reduced to an extreme pinch before they part with them. There is in this town a certain metal called Tutunak that looks like tin but is much more lovely and fine and is often taken for silver. That metal is brought from China. They much esteem a greyish stone there, wherewith many sepulchres are adorned, and they value it the more that it is like Theban stone or garnet. I have seen in the countries of some Rajas and elsewhere mosques and pagods wholly built of them. The Indians of Delhi cannot make a screw as our locksmiths do. All they do is to fasten to each of the two pieces that are to enter into one another some iron, copper, or silver wire turned screwwise without any other art than of soldering the wire to the pieces, and in opening them, they turn the screws from the left hand to the right, contrariwise to ours, which are turned from the right to the left. They have a very easy remedy in that country to keep the flies from molesting their horses when the grooms are so diligent as to make use of it. For all they have to do is to make provision of citral flowers and rub them therewith. But many slight that remedy because it must be often renewed, seeing the curry comb and water takes it off. I cannot tell if these flowers have the same virtue in our country. The women of Delhi are handsome and the gentles very chaste, insomuch that if the Mohammedan women did not by their wantonness dishonor the rest, the chastity of the Indians might be proposed as an example to all the women of the East. These Indian women are easily delivered of their children, and sometimes they'll walk about the streets next day after they have been brought to bed. Okay. He believes, he thinks Indian women are the most chaste. The festival of the king's birthday, 26, 66 years. Ajmer, Feast of New Year, Saltpeta, Sindh, Kings, Multan, Kandahar, Lahore, the province of Kashmir, Lahore, and of the Bhatia, Ayud or Havud, Varait or Varal. Halabas and of the Fakirs of the Indies. The Ganges. Malwa. Kandich. Balaghat. Pagods of Ellora, 104. Daulatabad and of feats of agility of body. One not eight. Chitanagar. Telangana 113. The end of Mughalistan. '26. Chapter 26 of the Festival of the King's Birthday. There is a great festival kept yearly at Delhi on the birthday of the king regnant. It is celebrated amongst the people much after the same manner as the Zinnes of Turkey, which I described in my first book, and last 5 days. It is solemnized at court with great pomp. The courts of the palace are covered all over with pavilions of rich stuffs. All that is magnificent in precious stones, gold and silver is exposed to view in the halls, particularly the great and glittering throne with those others that are carried about in progresses, which are likewise adorned with jewels. The fairest elephants decked with the richest trappings are from time to time brought out before the king, and the loveliest horses in their turns also. And since the first Mughal kings introduced a custom of being weighed in a balance to augment the pleasure of the solemnity, the king in being never fails to do so. The balance wherein this is performed seems to be very rich. They say that the chains are of gold, and the two scales which are set with stones appear likewise to be of gold, as the beam of the balance does also, though some affirm that all is but gilt. The King, richly attired and shining with jewels, goes into one of the scales of the balance and sits on his heels, and into the other are put little bales so closely packed that one cannot see what is within them. The people are made believe that these little bales, which are often changed, are full of gold, silver, and jewels, or of rich stuffs. And the Indians tell strangers so when they would brag of their country. Then they weigh the king with a great many things that are good to eat. And I believe that what is within the bales is not a bit more precious. However, when one is at the solemnity, he must make as if he believed all that is told him, and be very attentive to the publication of what the king weighs, for it is published and then exactly set down in writing. When it appears in the register that the king weighs more than he did the year before, all testify their joy by acclamations, but much more by rich presents which the grandees and the ladies of the harem make to him when he is returned to his throne, and these presents amount commonly to several millions. The king distributes first a great quantity of artificial fruit and other knacks of gold and silver, which are brought to him in golden basins. But these knacks are so slight that the profusion which he makes in casting them promiscuously amongst the princes and other great men of his court, who crowd one another to have their share, lessens not the treasure of his exchequer. For I was assured that all these trifles would not cost 100,000 crowns. And indeed, Aurangzeb is reckoned a far greater husband than a great king ought to be. During 5 days, there is great rejoicing all over the town, as well as in the king's palace, which is expressed by presents, feastings, bonfires, and dances. And the king has a special care to give orders that the best dancing women and balladins be always at court. The gentles being great lovers of play at dice, there is much gaming during the 5 festival days. They are so eager at it in Delhi and Banara that there is a vast deal of money lost there and many people ruined. And I was told a story of a banyan of Delhi who played so deep at the last festival that he lost all his money, goods, house, wife, and children. At length, he that won them, taking pity of him, gave him back his wife and children, but no more of all his estate than to the value of 100 crowns. To conclude, the province of Delhi hath no great extent to the southeast, which is the side towards Agra, but is larger on the other sides, especially eastwards, where it hath a great many towns. The ground about it is excellent, where it is not neglected, but in many parts it is. The ground about the capital city is very fertile. Wheat and rice grow plentifully there. They have excellent sugar also and good indigo, especially towards Chalimar, which is one of the king's country houses, about 2 leagues from Delhi upon the way to Lahore. All sorts of trees and fruit grow there also. But amongst others, the ananas are exceeding good. I shall speak of them in the description of the kingdom of Bengala. It is specified in my memoir that this province pays the great Mughal yearly between 37 and 38 millions. And then, okay, Asmer, we'll deal with Asmer in the next video. Actually, I have to go through a lot of notes which I have been skipping. Okay. From roughly chapter 4 onwards, I have to. This is page 68. So, chapter 4, Gujarat, correctly 1572 to 73 in Itimat Khan. Okay, where are other terms? Okay, derived from Persian. Bafta meaning woven. According to traditional accounts, the fortifications of the town are ascribed to Siddharaj Jai Singh of Anhilwara, 1094 to 1143, but these were rebuilt and strengthened by Bahadur Shah, who ruled between 1526 and 1537. In 1660, a few years before Thevenot arrived in India, parts of the wall were dismantled under the orders of Aurangzeb, but in 1685, he was forced to rebuild them in order to save the town from the ravages of the Marathas. from Surat and Broch district gazetteer. Pagodas, this word is differently used for a temple, an idol, a coin formerly current in South India. Here it is used in the first sense. Hobson Jobson. Compare Tavernier's account of Broch, its fort, the BAFTA manufactured there, the peculiar property of the river water, etc. Broch in 1617. 2% according to Baldeius. Sarbonne, 4 miles east of Amod in the Amod subdivision of Broch district. Forbes describes it as one of the best villages in the Baloch Pargana. River Dhadar, which rises in the Vindhya range, falls into the Gulf of Cambay. Dapka is a village 18 miles distant from Baroda on the left bank of the river Mahi. Persian Murdhakhor, literally eater of the dead, or Maradkhor, eater of man. Among Europeans, Herodotus was the first to suggest that there were cannibals in India. James Forbes, in his Oriental Memoirs, however, doubts the accuracy of Thevenot. The French traveller was in all probability imposed upon. We cannot trace any evidence of cannibalism in Gujarat. The lawless habits of tribes like Gracias, Bhils, Kolis, etc., who infested this wild area, may have given them a bad repute of their neighbors. From James Douglas, Bombay and Western India. Petlad, town in Baroda state. Mahi, the Memphis of Ptolemy, which rises in the Gwalior state and falls into the Gulf of Cambay. Road. Tanki is a Gujarati word meaning a reservoir of water, an artificial pond, commonly known to Europeans in India as a tank. Reservoirs. Sojitra, town in Petlar Taluka, Baroda state. Maldalslow calls it Sejuntra. Matar, headquarters of Matar Taluk in Kaira district. Francois de la Bolai Legaus, when he first came to India, is not precisely known, but he was at Goa in 1648, according to Tavernier. His Les Voyages et Observations was published in 1653 and apparently secured him some reputation. As a person conversant with Indian affairs, he was appointed one of the envoys to the court of Agra, where he arrived in 1666. Towards the close of that year, he was assassinated near Dhaka on his way to China. Tavernier's story of his death is accurate. Banyan tree or Ficus bengalensis. Is it the Kabirwal situated on an island in the Narbada River near Broch, which James Forbes describes in the Oriental Memoirs? Mr. J. Copeland wrote of the same tree in 1814. White article entitled Account of the Cornelian Mines in the Neighborhood of Broch, printed in Transactions of the Literary Society of Bombay by Commissariat. Jeet Bagh, Garden of Victory, to the south of the lake at Sarkej, laid out in 1584 by Abdur Rahim Khan-e-Khanan in commemoration of his victory over Sultan Muzaffar III. For a description of the garden, see Mandelslow. A primitive tribe with many subsections with different professions. The Kolis of Gujarat were turbulent people inhabiting hills and committing robbery. Traders were therefore compelled to buy their protection. Notes to Chapter 5. Arrian, Flavius Arrianus, famous Greek historian. His best known work is Anabasis of Alexander, though his Indica is of more direct interest to students of Indian history. Thevenot's identification of Ahmedabad with Ahmadavistis of Arrian is, however, wrong. Sultan Ahmad Shah of Gujarat, the founder of Ahmedabad, 1411 to 1442. It is said that the city occupies the site of an older one named Ashawal, which is popularly attributed to Solanki Raja Karan of Anhilwada. Tiefenthaler. Gujarat, called Ahmedabad in Persian after its founder Ahmad, is counted among the largest cities of India. From Gard, Dust. The author ascribes the nickname to Shah Jahan, and his statement is repeated by Forbes. His father was no less disgusted with its dirt and climate. Jahangir called it a dustbin, the place of the Simum, abode of sickness, the thorn bed, and the house of hell. Governed the province for 6 years. Ahmedabad is situated in 23 degrees 2 minutes latitude. The river Sabarmati, on the left bank of which Ahmedabad stands. Before entering the town, I found myself in a pleasant avenue planted with trees ending in a mosque. The reference here is obviously to the House E Qutb or Kankaria tank at Ahmedabad, which perpetuates the memory of Sultan Qutbuddin of Gujarat. It is said to have been completed in 1451 and is one of the largest of its kind in India, each of its 34 sides, according to Sir T.C. Hope, measuring 190 feet. There is an island in the center of it which formerly had a small garden called Nagina, the jewel. Maldelslow visited it in 1638. The more important tombs at Ahmedabad are those of Ahmad Shah I, Ahmad Shah's queen, Darya Khan, Azam Khan, Mir Abu, and Shah Waziruddin. According to Deeled, Bahadur or Bhadwar is 10 cours from Daita or Daita and 8 cours from Nandurbar. In Akbar's time, it formed a part of the territories of Pratap Shah. Khandesh, Caravanserai from Persian, Caravanserai, a sarai for reception of caravans. Does he meet the richly carved marble tomb of Moghali Bibi, Queen of Muhammad Shah II, in the Rani Ka Hazira or the Queen's Cemetery? Maidan Shah or the King's Square, which formed the outer courtyard of the palace. It originally covered an area 620 yards by 330 yards and was surrounded in 1638 by 2 rows of trees. Its main approach is through the Teen Darwaza or the Triple Gateway. Obviously, the Teen Darwaza. Kotwal or Kotwal, a police magistrate. Thevenot writes of this official in greater detail in chapter 10. The duties of the Kotwal, as given in the Ain, represent, according to Sarkar, the ideal. Paltry, octagonal. The Jami Masjid or the Cathedral Mosque, constructed by Ahmad Shah I, 1411 to 1442, founder of the city, in close neighborhood of the Teen Darwaza. It forms one of the best examples of the adaptation of the local Jain architectural style for purposes of Muslim purpose worship. Previous to the great earthquake of 1918, it had 4 shaking minars. This is a common mistake. Juma is Friday, but Jami, that which collects or assembles. Arabic Muadhin, criers who call the faithful to the congregational prayer at specified hours. From Arabic Imam, an exemplar or leader, hence originally the first 4 caliphs, who were leaders par excellence of the faithful, and subsequently a divine whose function is to lead the daily prayer of the congregation. Muluk Khana, or the royal gallery, which is shut off from the mosque by a perforated screen. Fakirs, from Arab fakir, poor. The term is usually applied to a Muslim religious mendicant, but sometimes indiscriminately used by Western writers for all Indian ascetics, irrespective of their faith. Temple of Chintaman, built by Shantidas, a Jain merchant, about 1638, at a cost of 9 lakhs of rupees. In 1644 to 46, Aurangzeb, then Viceroy of Gujarat, converted it into a mosque after effectively defiling and desecrating it. The temple was, however, subsequently restored to the Jains under the orders of Emperor Shah Jahan. Shantidas had succeeded in saving the principal image, and he built another temple for it in the city. Broken. Thevenot refers to Shah Alam's mausoleum at Rasulabad, a mile and a quarter from the city, built by Taj Khan Narpali in 1531-32. Shah Alam was the leader of Bukhari Sayyids in Gujarat. His wealth, reputation for piety, and family alliances secured for him unprecedented political power. Muslims claim that the conversion of a Hindu chieftain was due to the spiritual power of the saint. Ostrich eggs are still used for similar purposes in Muslim tombs. About 60 yards from Shah Alam's is another mausoleum where his descendants lie buried. It is built on the same plan and scale as the saints. The masjid at Shah Alam is described in Kabisariyat. The Shahi Bagh, a garden palace constructed by Shah Jahan while Viceroy of Gujarat. Mandelslow found the garden very large, shut in by a great wall with ditches full of water, with a beautiful house having very rich rooms. A large pavilion, tank. Though the king is not mentioned by name, the reference is obviously to the tomb of Ahmad Shah I. Sarkej, about 6 miles from Ahmedabad, the village came to fame as the residence of the celebrated saint Sheikh Ahmad Khattu Ganj Baksh. The ancient capital of Gujarat was Anhilwada, Patan. There is a large number of tombs at Sarkej, including those of Sheikh Ahmad Khattu, Sultan Mahmud Begada, Muzaffar II, and Muhammad III. Sheikh Ahmad Khattu. The construction of the tomb and the mosque was commenced by Muhammad Shah in 1446 and completed by his son 5 years later. The mosque at Sarkej has been described as the perfection of elegant simplicity. Except the Moti Masjid at Agra, there is probably no mosque in India that surpasses this in simple elegance. It may fairly be considered an improvement on the plan of the Jami Masjid. The great tank at Sarkej, measuring 700 feet by 830 feet, was constructed by Mahmud Begum. In fine, only tombs are to be seen in the place. Mandelsov writes, the best indigo in the world comes from about Ahmedabad, from a village called Chirchis, Sarkej. The reference here is to Dada Harir's or Bai Harir's well. The lady was the chief superintendent of the Sultan's harem, and the cost, according to a Sanskrit inscription, amounted to 3,29,000 of an unspecified coin. Almost all the foreign travelers of the period referred to the animal hospital of Ahmedabad. More accurately, cheetah. Chintz or printed cloth. Portuguese chita, Marathi chit, and Hindi chint. Derived from Sanskrit chitra, variegated, speckled. Masulipattnam, in the Krishna district, Madras, once famous for its manufactures, especially chintzes. Mylapore, a suburb of the Madras city, Linscoten says, the aforesaid place is called St. Thomas, was in time past a town of great traffic and as then called by the name of Meliapur. Conti calls it Malepur. Chapter 6. Bareja in the Daskroy subdivision of Ahmedabad district. I took the Cambay road on the right hand. Nagara, a village north of Cambay. Baldeus emphatically, though wrongly, asserts that Kambaja is a different province from Gusurate. In 1638, Mandelslow also found it much greater than Surat. And all have gates at the two ends. See Tavernier, who also says at 2 hours after dark, every street was closed by 2 gates. Limodra, commonly called Nimodra, now in the Rajpipla state. The celebrated Cornelian and Agate mines are 3 miles east of the village and lie about 5 miles southwest of Ratanpur. Barbosa visited Limadura and wrote of the Cornelian rock. Tavernier refers to the agates of Cambay, Banyas and Rajputs. The tomb of Umar bin Ahmad al-Khazaruni, who bore the title of Zawr al-Malik. From an inscription on the tomb, it appears that he died on 21 October 1333. Manucci also refers to the hospital for sick birds at Cambay. This is confirmed by Tavernier. Indigo of the same kind as that of Sarkej is made also in the vicinity of the town Cambay, and it was celebrated for its traffic when the Portuguese flourished in India. Tavernier also assigns the decay of Cambay to the same cause. Thevenot obviously refers to the bore or rushing tide. The Dutch come there only at the end of September. Phases. The reference is to the southwest monsoon winds which blow from June to October, during which rains fall. These are accompanied by heavy storms in the month of September. Almadia from Arabic Almadia, a raft. In India, it is generally used for a canoe. The pirates of Malabar were notorious for their ravages. They were particularly cruel to the Christians, as many of them were fanatical Mopla Musalmans. Charans, who are found all over Gujarat, they acted as guards to travelers and goods. Their persons were held sacred, and it was believed that a Charan's blood brought ruin on him who caused it to be spilt. Bilpat, south of Borsad, about 2 miles from the river Mahi. Gracias or Garasias, an epithet said to be derived from the term grasa, that literally a mouthful, which was used throughout Gujarat and Kathiawar to indicate lands and villages given to junior members of the Rajput ruling families for their maintenance. The term came to acquire a bad odor in the 17th and 18th centuries when it was applied to armed bands of robbers who exacted contribution analogous to Marathi Chout and Rakhi of the Sikhs from villages as the price of their protection and forbearance. Sili, a village in the Anand Taluk of Khaira district near the Mahi river. A very ill-clad fellow. Paisa, a small copper coin current in India. It is now equivalent to 1 in 64 of a rupee. Thevenot elsewhere mentions that a rupee was worth 32.5 to 33.5 paisa only. According to Tavernier, the value of a rupee varied from 46 to 56 paisas. At Surat, the company's accounts are kept in book rate price with 32 to the man and 80 paise to the rupee. Ragaut in the original, stewed meat or fish or stews in general. Chapter 7. The correct latitude is 21 degrees 12 minutes north. Shivaji. The construction of the outer wall began in 1664 and was completed about 1675. Claim large compensation. The estimated population of Surat was about 2 lakhs in the later half of the 17th century. November, December, January, February, etc. Comfortable lodgings used comprehensively for Europeans in general. Though literally the term is applied to a person who is neither a Christian nor a Jew nor a Muslim, here it refers to Hindus only, Shias. Where he, in part 2 of book 2, Thevenot, where he points out that the Sunnis acknowledge the first 4 caliphs as the lawful successors of the Prophet, while the Shias believe that Ali, the first of their 12 Imams, was his rightful successor. From Persian, Gabr, infidel, a term of opprobrium generally applied to the Zoroastrians. For Thevenot's accounts of Gabrs still resident in Persia, see other volume. Atash Parast, fire worshipper. The Parsis, however, deny that they worship fire as such. The Parsis migrated to India in 716 AD and settled later at Navsari. The second caliph, who was at the head of the Muslim state from 634 to 644 AD. Persia came under his rule in 641 AD after the Battle of Nehavand. Virji Vora, the richest merchant and banker of his time. The English had dealings with him as early as 1617 and he was the company's largest creditor in Surat. He had agents at Agra, Ahmedabad and other places. In 1643, the Court of Committees sent an iron chest from Nuremberg as a present to Virji. He died probably in 1677 and is frequently mentioned in the letters of that time. Fostered the English factories in India. Thevenot's statement that Virji was a Banyan leaves no doubt about his religion. The first English factory at Surat was founded in 1612. The Dutch established theirs 4 years later. For a sketch of the English factory, see Ovington. In the 17th century, there were 2 important officers in Surat. The officer in charge of the castle commanded the soldiers of the garrison only and possessed no authority in the city. The city had a separate governor who received the customs duties and other imperial revenues on behalf of the Mughal governor. Ovington says that the governor of the castle is always confined a prisoner within its walls. The author's description of the houses in Surat is confirmed by Ovington and other European travelers. Portuguese settlement and town in Gujarat, about 100 miles north of Bombay. It possesses stately forests, about 2,000 of which consist of teak. Oh. Obtained from bamboo split into two, rainy season solidifies. Cloths, dust oils in the French text. The common thistle of India cultivated all over the country for its oil producing black seeds. White saffron does not bear oil seeds. Sesamum indicum. Its small flattish shields yield an oil and are used as food. Navapur Peta in Nandurbar Taluk in Khandesh district, Bombay. It was renowned for its grapes and melons in the 17th century. Jaggery, coarse brown or almost black sugar made from the sap of various plants such as khajur, the palmyra, the cocoa palm, etc. Babul or kikar, the acacia arabica. Or toddy, the fermented sap of the tar or palmyra and also of other palms such as the date, the cocoa palm. Khajur, Phoenix sylvestris, which yields toddy and is grown freely in several parts of Surat district. More accurately, coconut tree. Take bitter if it wishes to occupy, there are sold, omit to be sold there also. Myrrh, a gum resin highly esteemed by the ancients as an unguent and perfume used for incense in temples and also in embalming. True myrrh is the product of Balsamodendron myrrha, a small tree of the natural order Amyridaceae that grows in eastern Africa and Arabia. A sweet exudation obtained from certain trees. The European manna is now obtained mainly from Sicily. The article referred to here seems to be of Persian or Arabic origin. Persian and Arabic manna is the produce of Alhagi marorum, a small spiny leguminous plant growing in Arabia, Asia Minor, Persia, Afghanistan, Balochistan, and northern India. Ammonium chloride or sal ammoniac said to have been prepared from camel's dung near the temple of Jupiter Ammon in Africa. Mandel's law also mentions roinas, which is a root that dyes red. Rohina, Rohna, Rohan, etc. are all vernacular names of Soemida febrifuga, the Indian redwood tree. The bark and not the root is responsible for the dye. Khandi. Chapter 9. Khandi. This weight is common in southern India and is equivalent to about 500 pounds. Mand. English. Man. Hindi. According to Tavernier, the Surat Mand varied between 40 and 42 seers. There is no standard seer in India. It varies from province to province. According to Mandel's law, a Gujarat seer was equivalent to about 12 ounces in 1638. Tavernier says that the Surat seer was equal to 3/4 of 11 or 13 French ounces. Fryer makes it slightly less than a pound. Tola from Sanskrit, tula, a balance. It is equivalent to 96 rattis, a ratti, according to E. Thomas, being equal to 1.75 grains. 80 tolas now equal 1 seer in India. Mangalin, seed of Adenanthera pavonina. According to Yule, a seed of mangalin was equal to about 4.13 grains in weight. For its varying weights at Goa, Bijapur, and Golconda, see Tavernier. From Arabic kirrat, a bean of the carob tree that formerly served as a unit of weight equivalent to 1/24 of an ounce. It is now used to indicate the proportionate quality of gold. A diamond carat is, however, 3 1/6 grains nearly. A val is equivalent to 3 rattis or about 5.733 grams troy in weight. Gumchi, Sanskrit gunja, the seed of Abrus precatorius. Its weight varies between 1.91 and 1.94 grams troy according to Bal. Rupee, modern spelling. The Thevenot style, it was equivalent to 2 shillings and 3 pence. The weight is still a tola. Lakh, from Sanskrit laksha, 100,000. Crores, 110 millions or 100 lakhs. Padam, Sanskrit padman. Gold moher, which equaled 14 to 14 and a half silver rupees in value. Tavernier also gives the same exchange value of a gold moher as Thevenot. Tavernier mentions that 49 to 50 and sometimes 46 paisas went to the rupee. On an average, a paisa was equal to 1 in 50th of the rupee. The value of a paisa at Agra was about 1 in 55th or 1 in 56th of a rupee. Mahmudi equivalent to about 20 paisas or 2/5 of a rupee. Fryer says it was somewhat less than an English shilling. Its exchange value constantly fluctuated. Mahmudi was originally a Persian coin, but it was later minted by the Gujarat kings. It was not a Mughal coin, properly speaking. 1/12th of a sol or 3 parts in a 40 shilling. Badam, bitter almonds. Tavernier disagrees with Thevenot. According to him, sometimes 35, sometimes 40 of them are given for the paisa. A Spanish coin of some value as the French écu and therefore equal to 4.5 shillings. Okay. Let us see. What time is it? 9:26. Okay. Guys, I'm ending this video here. The mobile in which I'm recording this live is almost run out of battery. So, and will begin my live sometime late in the night or tomorrow. Thank you for whoever watched this video and whoever is going to watch this video. Thank you all.